네, 안녕하십니까.
Good morning, ladies and
2021
gentlemen. Welcome to the 2021 Seoul International Conference on Urban Agriculture.
저는 오늘
I'm
진행을
the
맡은
MC of the opening ceremony.
전문가회 회장
I'm Han Jae-chun,
한재춘입니다.
President of Seoul Urban Agriculture Association.
2021
The 2021 Seoul International Conference on Urban Agriculture began with the Urban Farmer Workshop on November 8th, and today is the last day. It's been held under the theme of climate farmer saving the city and the earth is a very really meaningful and relevant theme. On this occasion, I'm really grateful to all participants and the speakers. And as I mentioned before, today we will talk about the climate farmer saving the city and the earth. Currently, so many people join this conference through YouTube, and some people participate here physically or virtually. I strongly believe that the virtual participants, please write your comments on the YouTube. From now on, I will commence the 10th Seoul International Conference on Urban Agriculture. And first of all, we will watch the 10-year sketch of the Seoul International Conference on Urban Agriculture. Please enjoy it.
Reflecting on the 10-year
네, 저도 많은 부분을 참가하여 함께
So it reminds me of the path we haven't made. So I'm so happy to watch it.
그동안 많은 선배와
And until now, so many
꾸준히
people
정말 멋진 길을
have went
걸어가셨습니다.
hands in hands together.
오늘 모두를 대신해
On behalf
인사드리겠습니다.
of you,
감사합니다.
all of you, I'm really grateful to all
이제
people who have
오세훈
been with
서울특별시
us.
시장님의
Now I'd
개회사로
like to invite 오세훈, Mayor of Seoul
2021 서울
Metropolitan
도시농업 국제
Government.
컨퍼런스를
He will
시작하겠습니다.
deliver the opening address.
반갑습니다. 서울시장 오세훈입니다. 2021 서울 도시농업 국제 컨퍼런스를 찾아주신 여러분을 진심으로 환영합니다. 세계 각국의 도시농업 경험과 전문 지식을 공유해 주실 해외 연사 여러분과 국내 전문가 여러분, 그리고 영상으로 함께하고 계신 방청객 여러분께도 감사의 인사를 드리겠습니다. 최근 4차 산업혁명과 결합된 미래 먹거리 산업이 점점 중요해지고 있는 가운데에서 도시농업이 원예 치유와 자원순환, 그리고 탄소 중립, 공동체 회복 등 사회적인 가치들을 창출하고 지속 가능한 도시를 만드는 데 견인차 역할을 하고 있는데요. 서울시는 이러한 시대의 흐름에 발맞추어서 국내외 도시농업 정보를 공유하고 역할과 방향을 제시하는 국제 컨퍼런스를 매년 개최하고 있습니다. 올해는 인류 공동의 문제인 기후변화에 대응하기 위해서 도시와 지구를 살리는 기후농부라는 주제로 탄소 중립 사회를 위한 도시농업의 역할에 대해서 국내외 전문가분들과 지식을 공유하고 소통하고자 합니다. 오늘 컨퍼런스 통해서 건강한 도시를 만들어가기 위한 다양한 아이디어들이 많이 제시되기를 바라고요. 다시 한번 참가해 주신 모든 분들께 감사드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 좋은 축사의
Thank you,
말씀을
Mayor.
해주신 오세훈 서울특별시 시장님
Thank you for your
감사합니다. 다음은
insightful
이창우
address.
2021
Now I'd
서울
like to
도시농업
invite
국제
Lee Chang-woo,
컨퍼런스
the president
추진
of the
위원장님의
2021 Seoul
환영사가
International
있겠습니다.
Conference Organization Committee, who will make a welcoming address.
(2021)
Good morning, ladies and
서울
gentlemen.
도시농업
I'd like
국제컨퍼런스 추진위원회 위원장
Extend
이창호입니다.
the congratulations on the 2021 Seoul
코로나19로
International Conference
지난
on
2년간
Urban
전 세계가
Agriculture.
큰 혼란에
I'm the
빠져
president
있고
of the organization
기후위기가
committee. Because of the COVID-19, the
지구적인
international
문제로
community
닥쳐오고
suffer
있는
from many things, and also
온라인으로
climate crisis is a global
2021
issue.
서울 도시농업
And
국제
despite this
컨퍼런스를
situation,
개최할 수
we
있어서
are able to hold the
다행스럽게
2021 Seoul International Conference
이번
on Urban
컨퍼런스에서
Agriculture. At this
진행과
conference,
사회와
we
자장을 맡아주신
will have discussed many things,
기조발제와
and also I'm really
발표를
grateful
해주시는
to speakers
국내
and the
모든
keynote
참가자
speakers and
여러분은
other participants at
온라인으로
home and abroad.
참여해주시는
And also I'm
시민
really
여러분께도
grateful to citizens
환영과 감사의 말씀을
participating
드립니다.
virtually. Thank you for being with us.
서울시에서
And Seoul City
열 번째로
government
열리는
has
도시농업
held
국제 컨퍼런스의
the
올해
international
전체
conference
주제는
on the urban
작년과
agriculture,
마찬가지로
and this year
도시와
the
지구를
Seoul
살리는
International
기후
Conference on Urban Agriculture is being held under the
주제에는
theme of the urban
기후
climate
위기에
farmers
직면하여
saving the
전
city and
세계
earth. And
도시농부들이
climate
함께
crisis
힘을
is a
모아
big issue. So
대응해야
to
한다는
tackle these issues,
강한
all of the
주장과
people, including
의지가
the
담겨
urban farmers,
이러한
must
주제하에
make efforts
올해의 국제
together.
컨퍼런스는
So on this
사회가
theme, we have held a 4-day conference,
세계 도시농부
including
대회라는
workshops
크게 세
and also
부분으로
international
나누어
conference
진행됩니다.
and also the World Congress
우선
of Urban
지난
Farmers.
11월 8일부터 10일까지
And
3일간은
first of all, from
도시농부
November 8
워크숍이
to
열렸습니다.
November 10, we have held the
소주제로
urban
나누어
agriculture workshop consisting of the three themes:
흙 속에
sky,
탄소를 가두자
earth, and people. So we
점점
are
기술을
talking
활용하자.
about the
라는
carbon
세 가지 주제를
neutrality
논의했습니다.
and appropriate technology and other research.
도시농부들의 지혜를
And the
나누는
urban
뜻깊은
farmers and the climate
자리가
farmers are
마련되었다고
so important to tackle the climate change, I
진행과
think.
발표를 맡아주신
So once
국내외
again, I'm
참가자 여러분께
really grateful
감사의
to
말씀을
speakers and the participants.
법정 기념일인 농업일이 날이기도 한
And today we are
11월 11일
celebrating
오전에는
the Day of the
탄소
Farmers.
중립
It is
사회를
the
위한
national holiday in
도시농업의
Korea.
역할이라는
So
주제로
today we are
컨퍼런스가
talking about the role and
특히
responsibility of
기조
the
발제를
urban
맡아주신
agriculture.
백예수
And especially
서울시
my
도시농업위원회
sincere gratitude goes
부위원장님과
to Baek Hee-soo, Research
호주
Fellow of
이장열의
Seoul
푸드버스의
Agro-Fisheries and Food
창립자이신
Corporation,
월터
and
지인을
Wilton
비롯하여
Sin, co-founder of
자장을
the
맡아주신
Regeneration
김환선
Earth,
교수님과
and Kim Han-soon,
국내외
Professor of
여러
Environmental
연구자분께
Horticulture and
감사의
University of
말씀을
Seoul,
올립니다.
and other speakers. Thank you for your
11월
efforts.
11일 오늘
And
오후에는
today,
올해
this
처음으로
afternoon,
시도하는
we
세계
will have the
도시농부 대회가
inauguration
열립니다.
ceremony of the World Congress of
세계의
the
도시농부들과
Urban
함께
Farmers. So
기후
through
위기
this
극복을 위한
World
세계
Congress, we
도시농부
will go
선언을
hand in
발표하는
hand together
역사적인 순간이
to
될 것입니다.
tackle the climate
선언문
change
작성에
together.
노고를 아끼지 않으신
And I'm
국내외
really
도시농업 전문가
grateful
여러분께
to
감사의
the
말씀을
participants and also the
이번
experts
국제 컨퍼런스는
making a
지난
draft for
10년간의
this World
컨퍼런스
Congress
중
of the
그
Urban
형식과
Farmers
내용에서
Declaration.
가장
So I think
다양하고
that
알차다고
this
생각하고
year
싶습니다.
the topic is so
세계 여러
important
나라의
and relevant,
지역과
and today
나라와
we
지역의
are
도시농부와
organizing this
시민들께서는 언제든
international
유튜브에
conferences
들어오셔서
by inviting
전 세계
many
도시농부와
people in the world.
도시농업
You are
전문가의
able to
다양한
attend
경험과
this
지식을
conference virtually,
더욱더
especially
공감해
through
주시기를
YouTube.
바랍니다.
So I really hope that you will
코로나19라는 전
share
세계적
your
위기
ideas
상황에서
through the YouTube.
여건이
And
일치
today,
않음에도 불구하고
international community
소중한
suffer from the
말씀을
COVID-19.
동영상으로 제작해
However,
주시고
so many people
직접
send the
발표해 주신
video clips,
국내의
or
모든
many
연사분께
people
다시 한번
participate
깊은 감사의 말씀을 드리면서
participate
환영사를
physically.
마치고자
So once again, I'm really
감사합니다.
grateful to all participants. Thank you.
네.
Thank you.
그간의 과정과
So he
의미를 잘
shared the
말씀해
progress of
주셨습니다.
the 10-year,
저도 같이
and he
참여해서
also
지난
talked
1년
about the
동안
implications of this
이제 컨퍼런스를
2021 Seoul
준비했는데요.
International Conference on Urban
위원장님께서
Agriculture.
수고 정말
I'm
많으셨고요.
also a member of the
감사합니다.
organization committee.
다음
Thank you.
순서는 김인호
Now I'd
서울시
like
의회
to
의장님의 축사
invite
말씀이
Kim In-ho, the
있겠습니다.
chairman of the Seoul Metropolitan Council, who will deliver a congratulatory address.
반갑습니다. 서울특별시의회 의장 김인호입니다. 높은 건물과 빡빡한 대중교통, 무채색의 도로, 흔히 도시를 상상할 때 머릿속에 그려지는 그림입니다. 하지만 기후위기의 시대를 살아가는 우리들에게 새로운 도시의 정의는 반드시 필요합니다. 지속가능한 서울을 생각한다면 숲과 하천만 되살아나는 것이 아니라 새로운 생물들이 자라날 수 있을 법한 환경을 이루어가야 합니다. 도시농업이야말로 이 비전을 이루어갈 해답이 될 것입니다. 함께 텃밭을 가꾸며 공동체 의식이 자라나고 다양한 생물종을 통해 토양 생태계가 회복되며 열심히 가꾼 생태 공간은 신선한 공기와 풍성한 녹지를 도시에게 선물할 것입니다. 전 세계 도시 농부들과 함께할 이번 컨퍼런스가 너무나 기대됩니다. 컨퍼런스가 10회에 이르기까지 수고해 주신 서울시 관계자 여러분, 발표를 준비해 주신 각계 전문가 여러분에게 깊은 감사를 전합니다. 시민 여러분의 많은 관심 부탁드립니다. 지속가능한 미래는 누구 한 명의 힘으로 가능한 것이 아닙니다. 생태도시를 향한 여러분의 작은 손길이 생명력 넘치는 도시를 만들어 갈 거라 믿습니다. 100년이 지나도 살만한 서울을 위해 서울시 의회도 늘 선두에서 노력할 것입니다. 감사합니다.
To lead the way. Thank you.
네. 김인호 서울시
Thank
의회
you.
의장님의 축사 말씀 잘
Kim In-ho,
들었습니다.
the chairman of the Seoul
감사드립니다.
Metropolitan Council. Thank
의전
you.
행사는 이것으로
So
마치겠습니다.
now I'd like to wrap up
본격적인
the opening
2021
ceremony.
서울 도시농업
So
국제
I
컨퍼런스를
will
진행할
invite the
김한순
moderator of the
서울시
conference,
환경원예학과
Kim
교수님을
Han-soon, professor
모시겠습니다.
of environmental
저는 이만
horticulture and
인사드리겠습니다.
University of Seoul.
감사합니다.
Thank you. I'd like to turn my microphone to him.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good morning,
제10회
ladies and
서울
gentlemen.
도시농업
I'm
국제
the
컨퍼런스
moderator of the 10th
과장을
Seoul International
맡은
Conference on Urban
서울시립대학교
Agriculture
김원순입니다.
and professor of University
네,
of
여러분이 잘
Seoul.
알고 있듯이
As you
지금
know
영국
well,
글래스고에서는
So the
제21차
UNFCCC
기후변화
COP26
협약
has been
정상회의가
held
열렸습니다.
in Glasgow,
한국을
UK,
비롯해서
and Korea,
미국, EU,
USA,
각국의 한
Japan,
100여
and
국가가
other about
지구 온난화의
100
3분의 1을
countries
차지하고 있는
join
메탄가스
together
배출을
at this
2020년 대비
UNFCCC
2030년 30%
COP26,
감축하는
and then they
철회하기로
agreed to
했습니다.
reduce the
일명
30% of the methane reduction.
여러분이 잘
It is some
알다시피
kind of the
농업
methane
분야의
protocol.
대표적인
As you know
온실가스입니다.
well, methane is a very
지난
representative
2015년 프랑스에서
global
열린 제21차 기후변화
GHG gas,
총회에서는
and also 44000
initiative
initiative was created at the last COP26. And 44000 initiative is that if we absorb that the carbon 0.4%, if so, we will increase, we will tackle the climate change. So today, this kind of the conference is being held for the rules of the urban agriculture for net carbon zero. And we have two keynote speakers followed by 5 speakers. And the first keynote speaker is Baek-Hae-sun, Research Fellow of Seoul Agro-Fisheries and Food Corporation. And then she will make a presentation under the theme of the climate farmers saving the city and earth.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good morning, ladies and
저는
gentlemen.
오늘 기조 발제로 지구와 도시를
I'm
살리는
Baek-Hae-sun,
기후농업에
Research
대해서
Fellow of Seoul Agro-Fisheries and Food Corporation. I will make a presentation on urban farmers saving the city and earth.
새로운 주제로
So maybe
이런 주제로
next year
만나면 좋을 것
I
같다라는
will have
그런
some kind of the
팁을
developed
찾을 수 있을 것입니다.
theme for the
그러면
next
들어가도록
year's
하겠습니다. 저는
conference.
우리나라의 그 오징어게임 무궁화꽃이
So
피었습니다라는 내용
maybe
아실
there
거예요.
is a very
그런데
famous
우리나라의
video
고구마꽃이
clip
피었습니다.
called
참 예쁜
Skate
고구마꽃이긴 하지만
game.
우리
It is
한국이
a big
아열대
hit in the
기후와
world,
환경이
but unfortunately in
비슷해졌다라는
Korea, sweet
그런
potato
뜻입니다.
flowers are
그래서
blooming. The
무궁화꽃이
reason why they bloom in
피었습니다라고
Korea is that Korea has the similar weather as a subtropical
우리가
climate.
생존을
So
위한 그런
the
고민을
sweet
하게
potato
되었죠.
flower are
그래서
blooming in the
우리나라의
subtropical
무궁화꽃이
areas.
아니라 고구마꽃이
So I
부분에
think
대해서
that
우리
in Korea we are really sad that sweet potatoes flowers are blooming in Korea. So to resolve these issues, we have to think about the action plan, how to respond this climate change.
세계가 만일 100명의 마을이라면
And maybe you know that there is a very famous book which deals with the various global issues. If the world were a village of 100 people, 51 people live in the city. However, cities takes just 3% of the world terrestrial area. And the 51 people living in the city use 75% of oil, coal, and natural gas and are responsible for 80% of greenhouse gases emission. And there is enough food to feed everyone in the world. Among them, people eat 80% of the food and use 35% for livestock. So the food is fully and enough produced to feed everyone in the world. But as I mentioned before, people eat just 85% of the total food. Internationally, there are 70.5 billion population. But as I mentioned before, food system takes 34% of the GHG emission, and also the G20 countries takes 70% of the global greenhouse gas emission. So in this regard, an environmental group called Flame Drawdown argued effective ways to reduce GHG, and it ranks the effective ways to reduce greenhouse gas emission for the next 30 years, plant-based diet and food ranked number 3. It has a higher rank than number 5, restoration of rainforest, and number 6, offshore wind farm generation. So the plant-based diet is so important to reduce the greenhouse gas emission.
도시에서는 식량의 순환 경제를
So
이야기하고
in the
있습니다.
city now we are
기존
talking
식량
about the
체계에서
circular
비롯한
economy
엄청난
of the
산업
food,
비용에
and
대응하기
to resolve the problem of the enormous social cost under the existing food system, we shall maximize the circular economy of food system in cities which consume massive volumes of the food. And this diagram shows the material flows under the modern food system, and Korean government already announced the net carbon zero. Of course, the international community make efforts to achieve the net carbon zero. So in this regard, what kind of things the urban farmers can do? So the urban farmers are the climate farmers. So now I wanted to talk about the climate farmers. To resolve climate crisis, to mitigate and adapt to climate change, we need to be climate farmers to practice climate resilient agriculture. So what are the methods to become a climate farmer? The climate farmers contribute to net carbon zero, improve biodiversity, and establish a sustainable food system. And there is a value chain in urban agriculture. For example, nutrients, worms, training, harvest sharing, compost soil, seeds, water, and the education, market, seed, and the circulation. So under the agricultural value chain, each person has to do their best to practice the climate resilient agriculture. So to this end, some people join the compost community, others join educational community, market community, and seed community, and rainwater community. By doing so, we are develop urban agriculture to social agriculture and feeling agriculture. That's the roles of the climate farmers. Now I wanted to introduce the action plan of climate farmers who contribute to net carbon zero. First, we have to establish a forest garden in terms of the agroforestry. So the trees absorb a lot of CO2 and other mint trees, wild mints or the chrysanthemum trees can absorb huge CO2. So if you plant and grow this kind of the trees, you will become the climate farmers. And the second action plan is to make a compost with coffee grounds and use it. And coffee ground, in terms of the coffee grounds, when coffee is brewed from coffee beans, 0.2% is coffee extract and the remaining is the waste. And these coffee grounds has a lot of nutrients, so that you join in the compost community and you convert these coffee grounds to compost to contributing to the climate farmers. And the next action plan is to improve biodiversity. So we are able to foster urban paddy fields to enhance agro biodiversity. The rice paddy fields are the oldest artificial wetlands, and various species live in paddy fields where we can cultivate rices as a main food of Korea, and the paddy fields in the habitat for more than 200 aquatic species. So to become climate farmers, we are able to foster the urban paddy fields to enhance biodiversity. And the next action plan is to improve the biodiversity, so we have to keep native seeds and protect the bee species. Albert Einstein has the hypothesis that if the bees disappear, the human beings will go extinct extinct within 4 years. So the beekeeping in urban area is so important. So as shown by this slide, the bean is the native species, native plants in Korea. So by using the concept of the native beans, we are able to increase the concept of the community by sharing this native species, native seeds, and also have some kind of the dialogues to talk about the role and responsibility of the climate farmers. And next action plan is for participating in sustainable food system. To reduce the carbon footprint, we are able to joining the community to increase the sustainable food system. So the Korea imports about 80% of the grains. So maybe if we develop direct market and if we reduce the carbon footprint and if we establish the stable price system, and if we introduce the multiple usable containers instead of the disposable containers, we are able to become climate farmers for sustainable food system. So I think that it's a very easy way because you don't have to practice the agriculture. However, if you participate in this kind of the campaign, you become the climate farmer for sustainable food system. So to this end, solidarity is so important. There is a campaign so-called CSA, community supported agriculture. So we are able to organize the solidarity organizations, CSA cooperatives or CSA cities, something like that. So I wanted to share the method to increase the solidarity between the citizens and the farmers. The UNFAO announced the rights of the organizations try to expand on the UN Declaration on Farmers' Rights. And today, this afternoon, we will have a World Congress of the Urban Farmers. So this Congress, we will deliver our opinions to the members of the UNFAO. So by doing so, we are able to improve the solidarity at home and abroad and to think about how to save the city, including Seoul and Earth. Now I want to deliver the last action plan. I think that we have to increase the connection and cooperation between citizens and farmers. It's the most important to achieve the carbon net zero and to increase the biodiversity and to reform the food system for sustainability. So the sustainable food system, biodiversity and carbon neutrality, those kind of the targets can be achieved by our solidarity between citizens and the farmers. And I strongly believe that everyone becomes carbon farmers. So I think that the next year, I wanted to have some recommendations on the topic and theme for the next year conference. And internationally, there are many urban farmers, and the urban farmers will become the carbon farmers. To this end, we have to identify DNA of the climate farmers. D means data, N means network, and A means agriculture. So the activities of the climate farmers shall be regarded as ESG of each individual, and these farmers and the activities of the climate farmers can be incentivized by international communities, and also if the international community gives some incentive to the climate farmers, maybe this kind of the activities will be developed further. So the next year, I think that we need to think about the DNA of the climate farmers. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. The Baek-Hae-suk, the fellow researcher, says that the urban farmers must develop further. And until now, the urban farmers have focused on community creation and the agriculture. But this kind of the activities, community activities, are some kind of the cornerstone to mitigate and adapt to climate change. So that's why urban farmers must become the climate farmers. And there are 3 action plans and how to become the climate farmers. The climate farmers must make an effort to achieve the carbon neutrality, and the climate farmers make an effort to increase the biodiversity, and the climate farmers must build the solidarity between the citizens and the farmers. Now I'd like to invite the next keynote speaker. The next keynote speaker will make a presentation on humanity's last chance to secure its habitats and safe cooler climate. And the keynote speaker is Walter Zinn, the co-founder of Generation Earth.
Greetings from Australia and from our global Regenerate Earth network. I'm honored to be invited to give this keynote address to the 9th Korean Urban Agricultural Conference. And even if only with you virtually, wish you and the conference every success. Tonight, I wish to explore urban agriculture and how it may be central to humanity's last chance to secure its future and a safe, cooler climate. To do that, we need to look at reality. As we are aware, there are now 8 billion of us on this finite planet, with 10 billion projected by 2050. We all need to eat daily. Only 7 missed meals may separate social stability and chaos. Over half of us now live in urban concentrations. Up to 80% may do so by 2050. It follows from this that securing our safe air, water, food, shelter, habitats, and social stability will be critical for our future. However, to secure these essential needs and outcomes will be challenging due to our changing climate, not just the warming that we're all aware of, but the accelerating dangerous hydrological extremes. Our degradation of our soils, water, and biosystems we depend on for our survival, and our increasing dependence, vulnerability, and exposure to resource limits on this finite planet. More threatening than these physical stresses are our demonstrated impotence to resolve such long known realities. This inertia in our protected status quo impedes innovation, solutions
혁신,
and change.
문제 해결 그리고 변화를 방해하고 있습니다.
We must and can overcome these threats and
우리는 이러한
imperatives,
위협과
but
시급한
only
문제를
if we
극복해야
focus
하고 극복할 수
urgently on
있습니다.
regenerating the
그러기 위해서 시급하게
resilience
집중해야 되는
and supply
것은
capacity
자연
of
생태계의
natural
회복력과
ecologies
공급 능력을 재건하고
and empowering our agency at grassroots
공동체
community
단위에서부터
levels to
주체성을
regenerate these
발휘해서
ecologies
생태계를
urgently.
긴급하게 복원해야 합니다.
As we are responsible for the crises we face and their consequences, we must also become more response able. Rather than continue our impotence, we need solutions. Fortunately, we have them in nature. If we are prepared to ask and understand how nature created the biosystems and climate we evolved in and depend on, to ask how nature 420 million years ago used microbes, particularly fungi, to colonize and solubilize rocks on land to create soils. How these soils enabled the land to retain water and thereby the rapid evolution and extension of our terrestrial biosystems, their hydrology, and the stable climate we and our economies totally depend on. How these same petagenesis processes to regenerate the Earth's soil carbon sponge are now our only basis of agency to restore and secure the biosystems the projected 10 billion need to rely on to sustain and buffer their safe climate and meet their essential food needs. Just as we need to understand how nature created these habitats, we need to understand what we have done to them and their consequences. How our oxidation of these biosystems by fire, clearing, and ever more intensive industrial farming has reversed petagenesis, resulting in the degradation and desertification of soils and their inability to sustain our essential water, food, and bioresource needs. How instead of regenerating the Earth's soil carbon sponge, we have and are degrading it. And with that, the resilience, productivity, and life-supporting capacity of the biosystems we depend on. Instead of soil degradation, we need to harness the CO2 that is a symptom of that degradation as a resource and basis of our agency for our regeneration. As nature did 420 million years ago, we too can harness CO2 from the air and use it to regenerate the Earth's soil carbon sponge. We and farmers everywhere can do this practically and simply by maximizing plant growth and photosynthesis, which converts CO2 into plant biomass, but then most importantly, minimizing how much of that biomass is oxidized back to CO2 by burning or oxidative practices, and also maximizing the biosequestration of that biomass back into stable soil carbon. Innovative farmers globally are doing this by natural, less oxidative farming processes. In doing so, they are sequestering up to 10 tons of carbon per hectare per annum back into the soils to rebuild the Earth's soil carbon sponge. Extended globally, such soil and land regeneration can rapidly draw down an additional 20 billion tons of carbon annually over the world. This is twice our fossil fuel emissions. It enables us to achieve a 10 billion tons carbon per annum negative net emission target globally by 2030.
2030년이면 초과 달성할
So
수
these
있게
are
됩니다.
critical benchmarks that we
이렇게
can
중요한
achieve
기준을
through
토양
soil
탄소
carbon
저감으로
regeneration.
달성할 수 있습니다.
While such practical, profitable actions can draw down carbon,
실질적이고 유익한 행동이
as
탄소를
in
줄일 수
nature,
있습니다.
their real significance
본질적으로
is in
이러한 행동이 진짜
restoring the
중요한 점은
Earth's terrestrial
지구의 토양
hydrology.
수분을 복원하는 데
For it
있습니다.
is these hydrological processes that are fundamental
근본적으로
as they
중요한데요.
govern
이
all life on
과정에
this planet,
지구상의
its
모든
productivity,
생명체와
extent,
그리고
ecosystem
생산성,
services,
생태계
and
서비스,
survival.
생존이 다 달려있기
Some
때문입니다.
95% of the heat dynamics
열 역학의 약
and thus climate of the blue planet is governed by these hydrological processes.
과정에 영향을 받습니다.
Our capacity to regenerate
우리가
biosystems and safely cool the climate in time is governed by these hydrological processes. Life, our health, regeneration, survival, and the climate are all regulated by them. The Earth's soil carbon sponges and the CO2 drawdown used to create it is now critical in rebuilding that hydrology and making that water available. This also raises our options for using these natural hydrological processes to cool the climate. Earth's climate, including much of its greenhouse effect, is regulated by a balance of hydrological processes that either warm, cool, and buffer local and global conditions. We can influence these local conditions by altering the balance of these processes and their effects. For example, by altering the transpiration of water by plants, which provides a significant cooling effect. Alternatively, by the production of humid haze micronuclei that form persistent warming humid hazes, or through the production of hygroscopic precipitation nuclei that coalesce these haze microdroplets and convert them into cloud droplets that reflect solar radiation back to space, thereby cooling the areas below them. It's these hydrological processes that we can influence, which are again fundamental in governing our hydrological cycles, our climate, but also our agency over them. The dynamics of these hydrological cycles, our rainfall and its retention by soils, also influences the area and longevity of green plant growth, and of course their cooling transpiration effects. It also influences the exposure and level of solar heat absorption and thus the temperature of our soils. And as our soils get warmer, they can re-radiate far more heat back into the atmosphere, which drives the greenhouse effect. So in a sense, it's our management of their hydrology, their capacity to cool soils, which in fact governs the amount of re-radiation from the Earth, which is the driver of the greenhouse effect. Of course, water is also the dominant greenhouse gas, representing some 80% of that greenhouse gas effect, and again influences the climate in this way. These hydrological processes also influence the climate through the formation of high-pressure heat domes by generating this re-radiated heat. And of course, these high-pressure heat domes have fundamental effects in blocking the inflow of cool, moist, low-pressure air, which is the basis of our monsoonal rainfall and air flows. So overall, we have major agency over these processes and effects by our land and plant management. We must
토지와
use them now
식물의 경우
as our only
반드시
practical means
지구를
to
식히고
safely cool
기후
regions
위기에
and the
대처할 수
climate
있는
in time.
방식으로 활용해야 합니다.
While the substantiated
이미
science
오래전부터
governing and
이러한
confirming these
생태계 조절
processes
능력에
has
대한
long been
과학적
known,
증거가 있었음에도
our narrow focus on just the
국제사회는
CO2 greenhouse
이산화탄소에만
component effect
국한함으로써
has
오히려
masked this
온실가스
reality.
해결에 방해가 됐습니다.
And the reality
현실을
that basically
보시면
dangerous
극단적
hydrological
수문
climate
현상은
extremes are
기후
already
변화의 주요
impacting
요인으로서
most
이미
regions
대부분의
and of
지역에서
course risk
나타나고 있으며
major
당연히
disruptions.
중요 기후 재난의
We have
요인이
less
되고
than a
있습니다.
decade to avoid the
핵심
collapse of
생태계가
key
극단적 수문
biosystems
현상으로 인해서
due to these
붕괴되지 않도록
hydrological
되돌리는데
extremes.
10년도 안 남았습니다.
Urgent local
생태계
grassroots
재생을 위한 지역
regeneration
차원의
and
풀뿌리
buffering
활동이
action
시급히
is
필요합니다.
needed to
그래야
minimize this.
피해를 최소화할 수 있습니다.
Only by empowering local
지역사회의
community
인식과
recognition
대응
and
능력을 키우는 것이야말로
responsibilities
중요한
can we
방법입니다.
now do
이런
this.
측면에서 도시 농업의 역할이 중요합니다.
Which brings us to the role of urban agriculture.
현재
As most people now live
대부분의
in urban
사람들은
areas,
도시에 살고 있으며
they and we will
또한 도시민은
hydrological extremes.
극단적 수문 현상의
Given the lack
피해자들입니다.
of effective actions
국제사회
at higher
차원의
levels,
대책이 미흡하기 때문에
the question is, can local
지역사회 차원의
community
활동이
action
이러한
buffer
피해를
and avoid
완화하고
such
예방할 수
impacts?
있을까라는
To
질문으로
what extent
귀결됩니다.
can we, via
도시
urban
농업과
agriculture and
토지
land
재생을
regeneration,
통해서
regenerate
어느
urban
정도까지
soils,
도시 토양,
hydrologies,
물
and
시스템,
forests
산림을
to better
재생하여서
shelter,
기후
buffer,
변화를
and cool
완화
local
또는 해결할
climates?
수 있을까요?
We have case studies
관련한 많은
where
사례가
I live here in
있습니다.
Canberra, for
제가
example,
살고 있는
where
호주
we get on
캔버라의
up to
경우
10 degrees centigrade
무더운
cooling
여름날에
on
숲이 있는
hot days
도시와 그렇지
due
않은
to the
도시를 비교했을 때
transpiration effect
도시
of urban
숲의
forests
경우에
relative
증산효과
to
덕분에
nearby
기온이
adjacent bare
10도
areas.
정도 내려가는 효과가 있었습니다.
Can
주변
we use
지역에
our urban
비해서요.
agriculture and
도시
regeneration
농업과
to
재생을
secure the
통해서
production of
영양이
nutritious
풍부한
food
로컬
locally
푸드 생산
from
시스템을
urban gardens to
확보하고
help meet our needs and become less
농산물에
dependent on
대한
industrial
수요를
farming
충족하면서
and supply
극단적
chains that are
기후
at risk
변화의
of these
요인인
extremes?
기업형 농업 및 공급망에
Can
대한
we
의존도를
locally
낮출 수 있습니다.
safely treat
지역
waste
차원에서
and recycle
안전하게
essential
쓰레기를
nutrients to
처리하고
avoid
필수
our high
영양소를
fertilizer
재순환하면
inputs,
질병을
but also
일으키는
disease risks?
독성 화학 비료를
Can we
사용하지 않아도
reinforce the
됩니다.
preventative health of
지역에서 재배한
communities
신선한 식품 공급을
by the
통해서
provision of locally grown
지역사회의
fresh fruits
건강을 강화할
with
수
high
있으며
nutritional integrity
또한 도시 농업을
being
통해
produced in this
생산한
urban
식품의
agriculture?
영양분 또한
But
우수합니다.
perhaps most powerfully, can we
어쩌면 가장
empower
중요한 것은
local
로컬
skills,
푸드를
engagement,
재배하면서
and equity
지역의 기술,
by
참여
growing
및
local
경쟁에
foods and
기여하고
creating local
또한
eco-businesses
지역형
to
농산업을
give
통해서
communities greater
지역사회에
autonomy
더 많은 자율권
and
및
economy and
경제적
independence?
자주성을 달성할 수
Can
있다는
urban
점입니다.
agriculture give young
도시농업은
people with limited
청년들에게
economic
경제 활동의
opportunities
기회를
in stressed
제공하고
economies
또한
opportunities to
자신들의
independently
기술을
develop
개발하고
skills,
소득원을
income,
확대하며 미래를 위한
eco-enterprises,
창업의
and their
기회를
futures?
제공합니다.
In doing so,
이를
can
통해서
urban
도시
agriculture
농업은
catalyze the
사회의
essential
재생에
strategic
필요한
and structural
전략 및
changes
구조적
we
변화를
need to
추동하고
regenerate societies
지역사회의 역량을
and disempowered
강화합니다.
communities? While the above may
지금은 우리
define the urgent
자신과
imperative
자연의
before
지구를
humanity
위해서
and our natural safe solutions to
비상사태라고
them,
할 수 있습니다.
we are running out of
시간이
time.
별로 없습니다.
We need to harness
도시
the potential
농업의
of urban
잠재력을
agriculture to
극대화하여서
empower
지역
local
차원의
action,
활동을
but we need to
강화해야
do this
합니다.
now.
지금 당장 해야
To
합니다.
help catalyze
이러한
such
실제적
direct
활동과
practical actions and
성과를
outcomes,
지원하기 위해서
Regenerate
저희
Earth would like to
리제너레이트
suggest
어스는
that wicking
이러한
bags
도시농업
could help
잠재력을
globally
세계적으로
empowering
강화할
this
수
urban
있는
agricultural potential.
위킹백 포대 농법을
Wicking
제안합니다.
bags are
포대
simple, cheap
농법은
innovations
간단하고 또
made
비싸지
locally from
않은
recycled waste
혁신입니다.
that
로컬
enable
차원에서
significant
쓰레기를
improvements in
재활용하고
efficiency
도시
and
농업을
production
생산
from urban
확대하는
agriculture.
것입니다.
They can do this by
모두가 다
providing
함께
everyone,
참여할 수 있습니다.
especially
특히
children,
아이들과
mothers, and poor
부모님
people
그리고
who don't have
땅이
access to
없는
land
가난한
with their
사람들이
own
자기
sovereign
포대
soil
속에
in
흙을
which they can
담고
grow their
또
own essential
자신들이
food needs
필요한
and become
식량을
autonomous and
재배하면서
independent.
자율성과
The
독립성을
wicking bags
증진합니다.
enable this soil
덕분에
to be
토양이
relocated to
비옥해지고
create
또
flexible,
자신이
viable
사는
food
곳에서
gardens close to wherever their
식량,
owners are living,
텃밭을
even
가꿀
if this
수
is in small
있습니다.
and difficult
좁은
sites.
땅에서도 포대 농법은 가능합니다.
The wicking bags,
어떤
in a sense,
면에서
separate the
포대
soil
농법은
within the bag
포대 안에
from the underlying
토양층을
soils,
나눈
and in
것으로
doing that,
포대
prevent
맨
the
밑바닥에
risk of toxic soil
흙을
effects,
깔아서
but also the
토양의 오염을
competition
방지하고
by tree
또
roots that can
주변
rob
식물들과의
the garden
경쟁을
beds of
예방하며
water and
물과
nutrients
영양분을
as they
지킬 수
do in most
있습니다.
open bed
일반 도시
systems.
정원에서 하는
The wicking bags,
방식이죠.
by
포대
increasing water use
농법은
efficiency
도시농업의
of urban
물
agriculture
효율성을
up to tenfold
10배까지
by
증가시켜서
limiting water loss,
물
by
손실,
leaching,
누수,
evaporation,
증발
and the
및
competition
외부
from our
식물과의
external
경쟁을
plants
최소화하여
allows
물
a much,
활용도를
much more efficient
크게
use of water,
증가시킵니다.
including the safe reuse of grey water.
또한 재활용수를
The
안전하게
wicking
이용할 수
bags, by
있습니다.
limiting surface
포대
weed growth
농법은 또한 잡초
and with
성장을
surface
억제하고
mulching,
맨 위에
basically
멀칭을
can
함으로써
help us produce
작물의
productive
생산성을
food plants,
증대하고 또
sourcing
뿌리를
water from
통해서
below through
물을
their deeper roots.
흡수합니다.
We can also
또한
insert worm tubes in
이
our
포대
wicking
안에
bags, which
지렁이를
enables
넣어서
us to
음식물 쓰레기를
directly
분해할
compost
수
organic
있습니다.
kitchen waste, with the worm cast
또한
redistributing the
지렁이
bionutrients
분변은
throughout the
포대 내
soil
모든
to aid
흙의 생물과
productivities.
영양소를 재분배함으로써 생산성을 증진시킵니다.
Wicking bags
Wicking
enable
bag,
us to
포대
germinate
농법의
seedlings in small
경우에는
containers
따로
independently
마련한
and
작은
continuously
옷간에서
interplant these
작물을
seedlings
발화시켜
into the
옮겨
bag
심거나
and so
아니면
continuously
모종
produce
자체로
food from
포대에
these bags.
담아서 키우면서
Wicking
식량을
bags
계속
allow
생산할 수
simple
있습니다.
canopies to
포대
be erected
농법의
over
경우에
each
포대
bag,
위에
which
간단하게
excludes pests
캐노피만
and
설치하면
avoids the need for
해충과
toxic
독성
biocides,
살충제로부터
but can also
작물을
moderate
보호할 수
growing
있으며
conditions to
생육
extend the
조건을
longevity of
조절해서
plant growth.
작물의 수명을 늘릴 수 있습니다.
While these simple, highly flexible
간단하면서도 어디서나
wicking bags
활용 가능한
can be
포대
very
농법은
effective in a diverse
다양한
range of sites,
공간에서 매우
they
효율적입니다.
potentially can fundamentally
근본적으로
enhance the
포대
efficiency, ease,
농법은
equity,
도시
and
농업
value
및
of most
마을
urban
농장의
agriculture and
효율성,
village farming
평등성
systems
및
to
가치를
help meet our
증진하고
food
또한
needs.
식량의 수요를
They can
충족할 수
make urban
있습니다.
agriculture much
포대
easier and
농법은 도시
productive
농업의
in
노동력을
meeting these
줄이고
food
또
needs.
생산력을 늘립니다.
So while others
사람들은
despair and say, look, we
식량에
are
대해
in a food
절망하면서
crisis, we can't feed
100억
the 10
인구를
billion,
앞으로 어떻게
let's
먹여
make and
살리냐라고
demonstrate
하지만
that urban
혁신과
agriculture,
토양
by
재생을 통한
its
도시
innovations,
농업과
its soil
사회적
regeneration,
역량
and
증진을
its social
통해서
empowerment
우리
can
시대의
significantly
기후 및
address the
식량
food
위기를
and
해결할
climate
수
challenges of our
있습니다.
time. Our future,
우리의
as always, has
미래는
been in our own
언제나처럼 우리
hands
손에 달려
and under
있습니다.
our feet. We are standing on
우리에게는
our
해법이
solutions.
있습니다.
Your
이런
advocacy of
측면에서
urban
도시
agriculture
농업은
is
너무나
now critical
중요해지고
in realizing
있습니다.
it. We welcome
저도
and support you in this,
여러분들과
and
함께
thank you very,
하겠습니다.
very much
다시
for the
한번 기조
opportunity
발언의 기회를
to
주셔서
present these
감사드립니다.
ideas to you.
그리고
Thank you very much.
감사합니다.
네, 두 번째
Thank
기조
you for your
발제를
insightful
들으셨습니다.
presentation.
월터진 씨의
월터진.
그 단체가
So Regenerate Earth, the organization, was made by the Walter Zinn.
정리해 보자면
So if we will recap what it says, so currently we have a solution to deal with the climate crisis or the social issues by regenerating soil. And then we have to increase the capacity of the soil sponge to absorb carbon. So if we manage the water in soil, and by doing so, the value of the agriculture is so important. And the urban agriculture is contributing to regenerating the soil. Thank you for your insightful presentation. Now I'd like to move to the thematic
생태 환경을 위한
presentation. And the first presentation is Untamed Forest, Cultivating Politeness, made by Alban Manis.
Good morning, and thank you very much for inviting me to the
안녕하세요.
conference of urban
한국에서 열리는
agriculture
도시농업
held in Korea.
컨퍼런스에 저를 초대해 주셔서
For my contribution, I will
대단히
try to
감사합니다.
highlight some of the
제가 오늘
dynamic we have
말씀드리고 싶은
between my
것은
field, the
제
built
전문
environment
분야, 제
expertise,
건축 환경과
and this
왕성하게
flourishing
전
movement of urban
세계에서
farming
벌어지고
agriculture
있는
happening
도시농업
everywhere in the world, and
농사의
what type
역할
of value
그리고
and
어떤
ethics we have,
가치와
the
또
different
문제가
way of
있는지입니다.
expectation we have. This is usually what I do as a
대비하는
landscape
방향이 서로 다를 수 있기
urbanist, as a
때문인데요.
practitioner,
제가
and
보통
as a
하는
mediator
일은
and
경관학자,
scholar.
실천가이자
Going to different places to understand how can we
다양한 곳에
adapt to
가서
each other,
서로가
because there is
어떻게 적응하는지를
agriculture
이해하는
and human
것입니다.
settlement everywhere, but we have different ways to
농업과
engage
인간의
to each
거주지는
other. So
어디에나 있는데
we
이
need
둘이 서로
to understand
연관되는
the different
방식이
environmental
다양합니다.
ethics we
그래서
have.
다양한 환경
I'm going to
문제를
start,
먼저
because we
이해해야 합니다.
are holding this conference in Korea,
우선은
with
한국에서
the example
컨퍼런스가
I had
열리고 있기 때문에
visiting
이 얘기부터
Name. Name is in
시작하겠습니다.
the south
저는
of
남해에
South
방문한
Korea.
적이 있는데요.
It's happening what we
남해는
call
한국의
the
남쪽에
globalization
있죠.
from the grassroots.
우리가 풀뿌리부터 세계화
Some
된다고
places a little bit
이야기하는데요.
ignored by the
어떤
modernity.
지역은
Today seems
현대성에서
to be a
다소
very good
소외되어
example for
있습니다.
us to
그래서 이제
resolve
우리가
problems
지난
that
세기부터
finally
안고
we
있던
had
문제를
from the
해결하고자
past
하는 어떤
century.
대표적인 예가 됩니다.
In Korea, the movement of maul mandargi, village
마을 만들기, 즉 마을
revitalization,
재건 운동이 저희를
invite us to
촉발했는데요.
see finally how different type of knowledge from this type of biosphere, different seasonality and understanding of how it creates different culture and different type of agriculture, might be a way to resolve the generic international landscape philosophy we have in our cities and big megalopolis. But if I use this example, because it was very interesting, as when we visited this place, finally the food was not very, very good. And we just realized that finally what problem it is. Because most of farmers, people who are in charge of the maintenance of this cultural landscape, improvise themselves suddenly as cook, opening restaurant, because of the afflux of tourists, but also because they lost faith as people who are extremely important for the contribution to our environment. So what I would like to say, because I know there is a lot of problem regarding the support we give to those people who are farmers, who are helping us to develop such a fantastic environment, but we need to restore the trust we have about how finally they help us to maintain a better relation with the environment, with the soil, with the climate. Such environmental construction belong to a certain type of expertise, and it's very important we understand the boundary, because if we don't, it happens what was happening after Lehman Brothers. We had 15,000 projects who were created by architects, landscape architects, urban designers, who tried to finally accommodate this need for urban greenery, corridor, and food production inside the city, but with people who has usually absolutely no idea what to do to be a farmer, how to understand this environment to produce certain type of food production. And this type of toxicity, because it was extremely absurd, the problem came because we didn't hear anything, any critique from the farming community. So this is what I would like to say. Finally, this community needs to be a bit more outspoken to help us to understand, from my field, where the debate can be engaged. And there is no foolish or naive idea of finally how farmers can finally have a say regarding how we can develop cities. No. Farmers are usually the reason why we develop cities in certain parts of the world. And it's very obvious when you analyze the impact of the tsunami in Japan, mainly in 2011. It's because of the ignorance of territorial planning that we were having so much death at this time. A study done by some of my colleagues from Tokyo Institute of Technology were analyzing the impact done by community who belong to the god of Susanoo. Susanoo is the god of the farm and harvest in Japan, and they express to their community where it is safe to create human settlement. And those communities were, as you can see with the dot point, at the edge of the tsunami impact. It means farmers knew where cities have to be developed, where it is safe, when it's appropriate regarding the climate to develop human settlements. So of course, those people knew where finally this place could be a place for a better life, and when it's finally foolish to develop cities. Urban designer, because of efficiency and because it's easier not to engage dialogue with different expertise and to re-engage a conversation with this environment, ignore it and create this extraordinary impact of the tsunami. Today, to restore the problem of this lack of knowledge of this biosphere, but there is a lot of approach, a lot of dynamic from the built environment to start to exercise different type of communality, to reintroduce management of this agriculture and ethics within the city, to make sure that we stop disconnecting those type of expertise and people who are different modes of expertise in the city, but who are still all together trying to create a sustainable life and sustainable city, sustainable community. There is a lot of dynamic, and finally, we know that crises, from all the results we have about the Anthropocene and how can we explain this problem we have, are expressed by the fact that we have a problem of diplomacy regarding human to non-human, a problem of dialogue between different types of expertise. But when you go to the countryside, such as here in the countryside of Gwangju, dialogue between different expertise of agriculture and farming, because there's a lot of people who try to maintain such a fantastic production. Diplomacy regarding the environment work very well, and it's absolutely beautiful, it's extremely respectful. So those people who are able to produce such a fantastic environment, of course, have a say to help us to improve our cities when we know how some of our cities in terms of neoliberal target end today. So there is a lot of farming ethics that we can learn, similarly as a lot of participatory design in terms of hybrid community today, try to understand how finally there is different ways to sustain communities. And farmers, as in this project, for example, in Cameroon, are at the avant-garde to explain to us how such practice by developing agriculture for a community help to stabilize our human settlements in transition everywhere in the world. There is a lot of examples such as this one, and in landscape urbanism today, for example, we do not ask farmers to come around the table to help us to understand different type of ethics or management. There is a lot of this type of way of life who create new modes of life and start to show us that they are the core agent to help us to cultivate politeness. Because this is what farming is about, being polite regarding the environment and to be able to have all together a better way of life. Today what we see, it's not the celebration of finally a new movement to incorporate agriculture management and ethics within the city to stimulate again what we call green capitalism or sustainable development. Now, what we can observe today, this is the end of such era. We don't need this type of movement anymore, and because also it starts to be very, very complicated sometimes from our globalized society. We are so disconnected to the reason why finally our society are able to create culture and food production to some part of the region who did not disconnect as far as we did. So it's very complicated sometimes to explain the fact that we did so wrong, but we still, because we find solutions such as urban farming today, we try to sell this product today, this new way of life to some region and some culture who didn't make the mistake as we did. So what we need to do is,
하는
this is
것이
what we heard
아니라
recently from Greta about this type of
윤리와 생활 방식으로까지
blah blah
확대해서
expansion we have
실수를 예방할 수
in the
있습니다.
dialogue of
관련해서
politicians.
다양한
It's that we
활동을
need
하고
to really
있습니다.
act and really
정치가도
bring
만나고
back
있고요. 현재
farmer as
단절된
part of the citizenship
사회관계를
to explain how
재건하기
they are
위해서
the
농부의
cement
윤리를
of
다시
sustainable
도시민이
communities. They are the
깨닫도록
reason why we
교육해야만
create
합니다.
cities. So we need to
이것이
bring
지속
back
가능성을
such people
달성할
who are
수 있는
finally,
확실한
as this
방법입니다.
deployment in the
지구촌
mountain,
가족으로서 농부의
experiencing
윤리,
a lot of
생활 방식을
way of
되살려야만
life
합니다.
for the past
이들의
century, but we need to
생각과
bring them
삶의
back inside the
방식이
very center
바로
of why
공동체의
a community is a
정수이기
community,
때문입니다.
because they are able to transform this
도시농업은
environment
이러한
in
것들을
food production.
감당할
But
수가 있습니다.
urban farming, urban agriculture is a very
도시농업은
fantastic movement, and
굉장히
sometimes it's
멋진
developed by people who
운동입니다.
are in a very, very
도시농업 지원 정책이나
stable
경제적
economical
상황이나
situation. So
이런
those people
것들도
help
다
us
도시농업과 관련이 있기도 합니다.
intellectually, in terms of practice, to
그러나
understand how can we
그
do it
이상이
better. But I would
필요합니다.
like to ask also, as I was
도시농업이
asking before, to
전업
be a bit more outspoken,
농민들에게도
to show
도움이
us
될
or
수가
finally
있습니다.
such urban farming movement
농부의
can help
윤리를
farmers who are
도시
not in this
중심의
type of
철학으로
dynamic, who are not
복원해야만 합니다.
belonging to this type of
사실
urban-centric
농촌이
philosophy. There are still people who work in the
많은
countryside,
어려움을
and those
겪고
people are struggling
있습니다.
a lot. We almost killed farming movement
농업운동이
in the 70s after they were desperately
1970년도에 크게
trying to say that they have
쇠퇴했습니다.
a say.
유럽에서는
It doesn't exist
농민운동이
anymore
거의
in Europe.
사라졌습니다.
Agriculture farm is
호주
really in a very
및
bad situation, for example, in Australia or
미국에서도 농업 및
in USA, and
농촌의
this is
상황은
really
좋지
problematic today
않습니다.
in India. So I'd
인도도
like also
문제가
to ask
많고요.
farmers
저는
in this movement of urban
도시농업이
agriculture to
전 세계
help
농민을
farmers
지원하는
everywhere to have a
방법이 될 수
decent way of
있다고
life.
생각합니다.
We need to bring back
저희는
in this economical
농부의
model
마음가짐을
people who are really at the
도시의
very,
삶
very
속에서
foundation
녹아내게
of
만들어야
why we
합니다.
do farming
왜
and how
농사를
farming
짓는지
creates
그
cities.
마음이
There is no
없으면
cities if there is no way to
도시농업도
sustain a
없고
community.
지속 가능한 공동체도
And if
불가능하다고
I'm asking
생각합니다.
to be outspoken, I'm also
또한 이런
would like to say
생태
that there
철학을
is new way
지원하는
to promote
방안들을 좀
such ecological
말씀드리겠습니다.
philosophy. Not following this type of
슬라이드에
generic
적혀
language and
있는 일반적인
dialectic developed by the
용어나
greenwashing developed by people
그린워싱이나
who are usually
도시
try
확대를 주장하는
to
사람들의
extend
말이
how we do
아니라
city, but with some
새로운
greenery
도시
on the top of
설계에
it. We need
있어서
new design
철학이
philosophy. This is what, for
필요합니다.
example, what Charles Fourier was
이것은
developing
샬르
in the
포이가
19th century when he
19세기에
started to
개발한
understand the Industrial
개념입니다.
Revolution was
산업혁명은
toxic
인류의
for human beings.
독이다라고
As he called
정의를
it, food
하시고
was contraceptive.
전통적
It didn't
식량
help people
재배에
to procreate
반하며
normally. So he
자연을
developed this
존중하는
culinary approach of
음식천
gastrosophy,
철학을
and certainly new
주장하셨습니다.
philosophy can be developed
도시와
today
도시 속 생활의
to
문제점을
avoid what we call the
지적하면서
necro-capitalism,
네크로
where cities
자본주의의
are finally
문제점도
not just ghost
말하셨죠.
city, but create
또한
ghost way of
이러한
life. So we
해법으로
need to make sure that
음식
such a movement
철학과
also help
그에
a
따른
larger
생활 방식의
spectrum and
중요성을
larger
강조했습니다.
dynamic, which is
이러한 음식
farming
철학이라고 하는 운동 또한
society.
도시농업의
So this is
스펙트럼을
mainly
확장하고 농촌 사회에
my
도움이
contribution, and
됩니다.
I would like to make
이것이
sure
제
that
주요
finally this type
발표
of
내용입니다.
international network help
마지막으로 오늘
once again
같은 국제적
all
네트워크는
different type of
다양한
expertise to understand
종류의
that we
모든
all
의견과
belong to
지식을
your
하나로
knowledge.
모으는
So try
중요한
to help us
기회입니다.
to be better person,
생산에서부터
because this is usually
소비,
what we all try to do.
나아가서
Thanks
윤리까지
to the food and
통합하고
thanks to
서로
the product
배워야
you
한다고
bring
생각합니다.
our table. Thank you very much.
경청해
And I
주셔서
will let you
감사합니다.
continue.
항상 여러분들과 함께하겠습니다.
네, 첫 번째
Thank you for
주제
your
발표
presentation.
알반 마니시
알반 마니시
경관학자이자 건축가.
is the
네,
working at the Skip Ethical
대표의
Prompts,
내용을 요약하자면
and I wanted to recap what it says.
지금의 여러 기후 문제,
So currently, you have many global issues, including climate change, food crisis, and others. So the most important reason of this kind of the problem is that this connection between people and nature. So we have to reconnect the relationship between people and nature, and the main point is farmers. So to
제가
reconnect
들으면서 느낀
the
건데,
relations,
알벤마니시스는
urban
아마
agriculture is so
농부의 그런
important.
마음에
The urban
굉장히
manici
그 윤리적인 마음에
is
굉장히
talking
배려되신
about
분이
the
아닐까
ethical
그런 생각이
mindset
들고, 오늘
of the
일단 저와
farmers.
토론 때도
So in the
언급했습니다.
discussions, we
시청자
will
여러분,
talk
정말
about
관심 있으면
the
참여해
mindset
주시면
of the farmers
감사하겠습니다.
at the discussion
잠시
time.
그 질문이 왔는데요. 컨퍼런스 자료는
So the
2021년 서울
conference
도시농업 국제 컨퍼런스 홈페이지에
book
오시면
is
차후에 저희가 업로드를
downloaded
해드리겠습니다.
after
두 번째
this
주제
conference.
넘어가겠습니다.
Now
두
I'd
번째는
like
쿠바에서
to
오셨습니다.
invite the next
쿠바의
speaker,
농생태 운동으로
Alejandro
전 세계가 함께하는
Pallaloma,
생물
who will
다양성
make a
노정이라는
presentation
주제로
on Cuban
라틴
agroecology
아메리카
movement
식물
and
협회
the
회장이신
involvement of all
알레잔드로
social
팔라로를
actors in the conservation of biodiversity.
Dear colleagues, and send you a special greeting from Havana, Cuba. My name is Alejandro Palmarola. I am a Director of Development at the National Botanic Garden of the University of Havana, as well as the President of the Cuban and Latin American Botanical Associations. Traditionally, Cuba is worldwide known by its rum, music, dancer, cigar, beaches, hot-friendly people, and even by its political views. Inside naturalistic cycles, Cuba may be even known by the Cuban crocodile, almost hunted to extinction and threatened by hybridization with its American cousin, or the behemoth bird, the smallest bird in the world, almost depleted by deforestation and severe habitat fragmentation. But what is about the Cuban plants? Unfortunately, very little is known regarding the outstanding flora of Cuba. Even so, it occupies the fourth place in the list of the island with the higher plant diversity and endemism, and it is only preceded by the huge island of Borneo, New Guinea, and Madagascar. However, if we consider plant species and endemism densities, that is another story, just because Cuba is the island with the higher number of plants per area. Obviously, Cuba supports the highest plant diversity of the Caribbean hotspots. Just take a look about the endemism. More than 3,000 species of plants, more than 50% are restricted to Cuba. Cuba is also the center of radiation of many genera of flowering plants. For example, 25 of 30 species of the magnificent genus of palm, Cupernicia, are also endemic to Cuba. Vulnerability is another important feature of the Cuban flora. In fact, the Cuban flora is considered one of the most vulnerable flora in the world. Actually, approximately the 50% of the Cuban plant species is included in one of the IUCN threatened categories. But why the Cuban plants are threatened? The answer is because itself. The Cuban flora is very susceptible to disturbance due to the small size of most of the fish population in its fragmented distribution. By the greatest threat of the Cuban flora is historically being the product of human behaviors. Among the main cause of the risk of extinction of the local flora is extensive agriculture for sugarcane and tobacco, mainly. In addition, civil construction and mining have contributed strongly. The introduction of exotic species have become invasive, stand out as an important threat. Currently, more than 5,000 species of invasive plants are reported in Cuba. As can we see in the graph, all this action regrettably decreased the country's forest cover from 90% in 1812 to just over 20% today.
겨우 20% 남짓한 정도로
If we take
줄었습니다.
in account that the mainly threats of the Cuban flora are caused by human behaviors that involve fundamentally agriculture issues and food production, it is important for the conservation of biodiversity to involve local actors. Our work team consider that the local actions are the basis of effective conservation. The Cuban agroecological movement is a well-established collaborative mechanism. The Cuba peasants cooperative sector have managed to diversify and increase production and improve its contribution in fresh and quality foods amid the difficult conditions that have prevailed for the agriculture in Cuba. The Cuban agroecological movement, established in the 90s, is a national strength. In this fully functional movement, thousands of actors are involved in the productive basis, promoters, facilitators, and coordination teams at all levels. In recent years, it has been increasingly important in the productive sphere of the Cuban agroecological movement to improve the harmony of the agricultural production with nature. I want to present here an example of the project for the conservation of the native and threatened species that involve local actors and Cuban agroecological movement. A positive example of the land use transformation that can serve as the benchmark for other countries. Magnolia cubensis is an endemic plant of Cuba and is threatened species. Endemic to the mountain of the central Cuba, it is live in the protected natural landscape Toques de Coyantes, and its production coexists in the middle of the coffee plantations. This project began as the simple biological research project, where a group of conservationists tried to evaluate the conservation status of this species. With the help of the local farmers, we searched for each plant in the middle of the plantation, and basic data on the ecology were collected. In the interaction with the local peasants, we understood that the population did not have juvenile individuals because in the process of managing the plantations, all the understood was cut down. Only one farm, with a farmer of more than 80 years of Haitian origin, had a healthy population of magnolias with juveniles in all stages. This farmer told us that he recognized the species and he know that it is very valuable timber species he protected. We began a research process of collecting seeds and learn about the germination process of this magnolia species. With this information and cultivation manual for the species was prepared and training workshop we started with the farmer in the area. This process of establishing alliance with the local farmer was complex and long, not only to educate them on the conservation of native trees and commit them to creating new nurseries for population reformance, but also to find a link with concrete benefits for the community. In addition to supporting the local with the equipment, working with the communities and investigating the real needs was very important. In hearing about the possibilities of benefits for local communities, we learned that the coffee from this area of central Cuba is marketed in Japan as a gourmet coffee called Crystal Mountain, and that its value was even higher if this is obtained from organic plantations and with the
생물
benefits to the
다양성
biodiversity.
보호에도 도움이 됩니다.
In this
이러한
information,
활동의
we find
결과로
the main value to
지역
convince the
사회가
local to promote
숲속의
native
토종
species
식물을
of the
보호하고
forest as
목련에
shade of the coffee plantation in
육묘장을
substitution of the
설치하는
exotic
등
species that
모든
were usually
활동은
used
커피
as shade
생산에도
plantation.
도움이 되었습니다.
Thus,
따라서
we begin to
저희는
and other
이런
native species
목련을
for the gradual
숲속에
increase of native
재이식하고
species and
살림을
promote a
복원하였습니다.
restoration of the forest that will combine
이러한 모든 노력을
conservation with the
통합하여
production of high value added coffee.
고부가가치의 커피 생산에도
During this
기여하였습니다.
period,
이 기간
we
동안
have involved hundreds of
수백
volunteers
명의
who collaborate
자원봉사자들이
with local
참여하였고
farmers in the
또
planting
지역
of magnolias in
농민들과
the nurseries.
협력하여
The next step was
목련
to turn
육묘장을
this project into the
설치하였습니다.
agro-tourism
이후
product
단계로
that
농촌
linked
생태
to
관광을
conservation tourism
조성하였습니다.
will
즉
increase the
자연
the
보존 중심의
community's
관광을
income.
통해서
Group of
지역
tourists
사회
began to
소득을
arrive,
증진했습니다.
visiting the nurseries,
관광객들은 이 지역에
plantations,
도착해서
and even
목련
help
육묘장을
with the planting
방문하고
of threatened
또 작물
species.
재배를 돕기도
It is
합니다.
important to highlight
이
that the
과정에서
change of mentality
마음가짐과
toward on
태도의
and
변화가
agricultural
너무
production with
농
added
생태계를
values
개선해서
for its benefits
자연을 보호하면서도
to the conservation of native forest
또한
results in the economic benefits for the
고부가가치의
community.
농산물을
We
재배해서
always use as the symbol of this project the phrase of Nelson Mandela. Ultimately, conservation is about people. But this phrase continues on the something even more important. If you don't have sustainable development around this park, he was referring to the national park and protected areas and the concept of the conservation of biodiversity, then the people will not have interest in them and the parks will not survive. Today, we can say that the first and dangerous magnolia seeds planted by coffee farmers 10 years ago are now leafy, flowering trees. This flowering is symbol of a project that changed an area of extensive crop with the many exotic species and little value for conservation into the forest with high biodiversity value that produce coffee and brings multiple benefits to the conservation of a protected natural landscape. For us, this transformation process, the integration of multiple actors, has been of vital importance. Farmers, technicians from protected area, biologists and conservation volunteers, the local community, among others. It is important that to successful in this transformation process, the work team must exceed the limits of the academy. And we must never forget that our greatest goal is to make it easier for people to practice conservation. I would like to thank you for the invitation to this conference and thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Alessandro Palmalola. Thank you for your presentation. Cuba is very famous for urban agriculture, type and characteristics. As presented by Alessandro, the Cuba has developed by destroying green areas and the forests. But until now, Cuba, the intensive agriculture was a factor for national development until now. To restore these issues, the Cuba government tried to implement the agroecology movement. Thank you for your insightful presentation, Palmarola. Now I'd like to invite the next speaker. Next speaker will make a presentation on organic urban vegetable and gut. And he's the author of The Birth of the Eco City Havana. It's very famous in Korea. The speaker is Yoshida Taro, and he will make a presentation on organic urban vegetable and gut. Thank you.
Good morning. It is a great joy for me to invite and can attend this International Urban Agriculture Conference. My name is Taro Yoshida, working at the Central Mountain Area of Japan as a local government officer. And my job is to promoting organic agriculture. Today's my message is organic urban vegetables and gut. What you eat makes a difference to our planet. You can see he is Shuichi Abe, the governor of our prefectures, and he declared 2 years ago zero carbon declaration. Why? Because our prefecture faced a very serious climate disaster. You can see longest river in the Japan, the Chikuma River, that I expressed. This the flood, the climate disaster are caused by typhoon. This is a photo of unusual typhoon, such a great typhoon, covered all over the Japan. So my message is what kind of the food that we eat is one of the key factor to avoid such a climate disaster and lessen the burden of the global warming, increasing the carbon dioxide. Everyone who attended this conference would be well known that good soil that is prevent global warming. I also enjoyed this famous movie, Kiss the Ground, with my friends. I will show you that very interesting book written by the Christian author. This book is very inspired because, for example, famous farmer Gabe Brown making the very good soil using renewable agricultural method, carbon saving method. By the way, every person you know how to focus strategy. You can see Greta Thunberg, famous leader of anti-global warming. She accepted and enjoyed a farm to fork strategy last year by the EU. Respond to this international great shift movement, our Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fishery launched this May similar this plan. And this is my new booklet with other persons about farm to fork strategy. I emphasized on this booklet the EU's farm to fork strategy is very important. But it emphasized not only rural organic farming, but also it said that consumers' activities and consumers' lifestyle is also important. It emphasizes the changing of the food lifestyle of the consumer because to avoid global warming, it is needed all over the food system to change. And in Japan, such a interesting about the global warming. Other very unique new book published in this autumn is written by Dr. Lisa Kimura. In Japan, many people believe avoid the climate change. It is needed to use more and more renewable energy, including the solar panel technology. But she emphasized in this book, in reality, eliminating food waste and stopping more and more meat that is grown in the factory farming is more important and more effective. For example, changing the food we eat is 30 times more effective than switching the old car to electric car, and is 75 times more useful than changing every plastic to bioplastic. So today I want to sharing with attendants the importance of the food you eat every day. I think changing of eating lifestyle is important. Of course, that purpose it is needed. Many city residents to be involved in some kind of the farming activities on the balcony or rooftop garden and understanding the essence of the farming. And by the way, French researcher saying changing to agroecology, it is possible to feed all the European people healthy. It is very controversial matter. If we are using only organic agriculture, can feed the world one radical spectrum, permaculturist and agroecologist, and including myself, they are believed that it is possible to feed the world. But on the other hand, other people are there. They believe that the new GMO technology, including genome edit materials, are needed to feed the world. And it is said that if all the world are changing to organic or agroecological method, the productivity will be done. But it is important is several years before, FAO estimated that a third of the food grown were roasted by waste every year. And they are causing severe global warming. You can understand that many people in the all over the world are overtaking calories and they are faced a severe problem overweight. So Dr. Pierre say all the Europe are converted and shifted to agroecology. Productivity of the product are decreasing 35%. It is possible to change to agroecology. But many persons who are hearing his message suspecting urban agriculture is only making vegetable, not calorie food stuff. Main crop is important to feed the people in the world. By the way, I want to explain about relationship gut bacteria and the soil. This book, Hidden Half of the Nature, American researcher about the geology and ecology. David Montgomery says we can see the relationship between soil bacteria and microbiome that is living in our gut. It is realized with advanced science importance of the food biodiversity, particularly native seed diversity that lead to food and gut microbiome diversity. Our human beings cannot digest vegetable. But if you have a good condition of gut in the colon that is digested and absorbed as energy, you don't need more calories because the human beings will be changed to more economically efficient performance, similar to that if you are driving the hybrid car, it not use over gasoline. And this photograph is Zen Hanigat and me. She is a very famous activist in the United States of America, activating in the anti-GMO breeding healthy food, taking in the hand the Japanese book that is circulated before I written. The name of that is Seed and Gut. Why I written this book? Because I want to coming out. 5 years before, I have taken a severe sick one type diabetes and two, I cannot living without injecting 4 times a day insulin. And you can imagine I became overweight at that time. Writing many books in Japanese
저는
about
일본어로
urban agriculture
도시농업과
or
유기농업에
organic farming.
관한
That
많은
is not
책을 저술했지만
consistent with
사실
my
저의
activities.
식습관은
I'm taking a super
유기농업과는
processed and
반대되는
healthy food
습관이었던 거죠.
every day. I
그러면서
have
스스로를
damaged
파괴했습니다.
myself. So I
그래서 저는
understand the
저의
importance
건강과
of microbiome
장내
in my
프로바이옴의
gut, my cells.
중요성을
And you can
깨달았습니다.
see right
오른쪽 사진에서
picture.
보시듯이
I am trying
저는
to Zen meditation method.
명상법을
When my
선택했습니다.
condition
당시
worsened
저의
and I
상태는
cannot
최악이었고
control glucose using insulin.
인슐린을
That
투여해도
time
당
I
수치를
met
조절할 수
one priest
없었습니다.
who
당시
teaches
만난
Zen meditation
스님께서
and
제게
fasting.
명상과
So I'm
단식을
very
가르쳐
interested
주셨습니다.
in
그래서
Zen meditation
명상과
and fasting.
단식에
Now
관심을
I'm not
가지고
eating in the morning.
아침을
Several times
먹지 않았습니다.
attending his
또 스님이
workshop
운영하시는
Zen meditation training.
단식원에서
Since
금식과
then,
명상을
I have
계속했습니다.
Zen meditation
그
every
이후에
day and
계속
not eating in the
명상하고
morning. As a
아침에는
result,
아침을
my
먹지
health
않습니다.
condition
이런
are healed,
식의
and
치료법을
now
통해서
I am not
지금은
using
더
the
이상
insulin anymore.
인슐린을 투여하지 않고 있습니다.
And I was mentioned two very
스님께서
important
가르쳐
facts
주신
that he
중요
teaches me.
사실에 대해서
That
말씀드리겠습니다.
importance of the
이는
relationship of the gut
장
and
건강과
climate condition
기후
and
상태 및
our agriculture.
농업과도 관련된
Japan
사실입니다.
has only
일본의 경우
39% of the required calorie.
필수 칼로리의
Because of
39%만
Our domestic
국내에서
country
생산합니다.
produce
즉,
only 900 kilocalorie per person
2424
and
킬로칼로리가 필요한데
2,400
국내에서 생산하는
kilocalories
비중은
are needed to live.
939
But
킬로칼로리입니다.
this
그러나
priest, Mr. Hozonoguchi,
호조노구치
said, in
스님은
the ancient time,
과거에는
every person in this
사람들이
country living
일본에서
healthy with under
적게
more
먹고도
few
즉
kilocalories.
소식을 하고도
And
다
Hozo himself
건강하다라고
does
말했습니다.
not take
스스로도
2,000
하루에
kilocalorie per day.
2000
Why?
킬로칼로리 이상을
Because
먹지 않습니다.
he has
왜
healthy
그럴까요?
gut,
스님은
not damaged
화학
by
첨가물 및
chemical
화학
additives
제품을
and
섭취하지
chemical
않은
products.
독성을
By the
쌓이지
way,
않은
I mentioned
튼튼한
two
장을
other
가지고 있기
important
때문입니다. 또
topics
다른 중요한
that
주제를
is
말씀드리고
related to
싶습니다.
what kind
이는
of the
우리가
food you
섭취하는
eat
것과
is very
질병
important.
간의
Mystery
관계입니다.
of the COVID-19
현재 코로나
is very different
사망률이
the mortality
국가마다
rate country
다릅니다.
and country.
나라마다
You
다
can
다르죠.
see more than
일례로
900 people died per million in France.
프랑스는
But
100만
only
명당
7 in Germany.
935명이 사망했지만
Why?
독일은 100만 명당
The German
7명만이
has a
코로나로
very
사망했습니다.
sophisticated
왜일까요?
medical
독일이
power?
의료 강국이라서 그럴까요?
As a very
아닙니다.
famous France scientist,
유명한 프랑스
Jan
과학자인
Bousquet,
장
suggests
부스케는
maybe what
코로나
kind of food
사망률이
they eat
음식 섭취와
because the
관계가
Java
있을
crowd,
것이라고
the
말했습니다.
farmland vegetable are
특히
important.
채소의 중요성을
And other
강조했습니다.
case is you can
다른
see the
사례가
Italy.
또한 이탈리아입니다.
More than
이탈리아의
1,600 people per million
100만
in the northern part died,
1,600명이 코로나로
but less
사망했지만
than only
남부는
50 in the
100만
south.
명당
Why?
50명만이 사망했습니다.
He
왜
think
그럴까요?
because of
보스케
good
박사는
food, you can
건강한 음식
understand the
때문이라고
Mediterranean
말했습니다.
food
아시다시피
and very healthy
지중해
for our
식단은
human
아주
beings.
건강한
So
음식입니다.
I would like to recommend
건강한 식단이
making fermented food that is very good
코로나
for,
피해를
to
최소화하는
prevent
방안
the
중
risk of the severe
하나입니다.
damage of the COVID-19. Oh, I am mistaken. The Korea is
한국도
one of the most
아주
famous
유명한
country, a very famous
건강식품이
farmland
있습니다.
product, the kimchi.
그게 바로
And
김치입니다.
this is my last
그리고 보시는
picture.
것이
That
저의
is
마지막
organic
사진입니다.
vegetable we are
저희가
eating
단식을
after
한
fasting
이후에
workshop.
섭취하는
The
유기농
Buddhist has a very
채소들입니다.
unique
시간은 아주
character.
독특합니다.
Before eating
밥 먹기
such
전에
Zen food, we
음식에
have a
감사를
custom.
표하는
We are
그런
honored
시간을
and
가집니다.
thanks the food. This message you can read.
슬라이드에서
That
보시는
is
메시지는
translated by Thich Nhat Hanh, a very
베트남의
famous
저명한
Buddhist born in the Vietnam, you can understand Buddhist culture has a very good mindful to our food. Under the modern agriculture time, human beings are not eating 3 meals per day. But on the other hand, they are eating more good food, diverse food than calories, particularly that including the many vitamins and minerals. So I want to believe that urban agriculture only make vegetables. But many persons in the citizens in such activities, and if they are change lifestyle, if you buy good food made by organic farming from small farmers in the urban at a very designated reasonable price and consume them in appropriate quantities, you can maintain your health and you can prevent global warming and we can save the many biodiversities and living beings. Socialismo o muerte, otro mundo es posible. This is photograph of the Cuba in Havana. Thank you very much.
감사합니다.
네, 요시다 타로 씨의 발표를
Thank you,
듣겠습니다.
Yoshida Taro.
지금의 여러 가지 그 기후적인 문제,
So currently, international communities suffer from the climate change and food crisis. I think that urban farming, urban agriculture is one factor to resolve those global issues. However, I think that the citizens' mindset and attitude are so important to resolve those issues. And also, he shared his own experiences about the healthy food. And in the discussion time, we will invite him again to make a discussion again. Yoshida Taro, thank you. Now I'd like to invite the next speaker who will make a presentation on R-Urban. And the speaker is Doina Petruscu and Konstantin Petrucu, and they will make a presentation on network of citizens hub and urban farms in the suburbs.
Hello, I'm Doina Petrescu, and together with Konstantin Petcu from Atelier d'Architecture Autogérée, we have initiated Rurban, a network of civic hubs and urban farms in suburban neighborhoods in metropolitan Paris. When we have started Rurban, we noticed that we are at a moment when our society consumes the resources of 2.5 planets, and this consumption has many environmental consequences, climate change, resources depletion, and other related ecological and economic and, of course, social crises. So what the citizen can do about this, and also what we as architects, as we are, can do about this. These were our questions. And how can we enable citizen agency towards resilience to all these crises? And our answer was via Rurban, which is an open source framework for resilient urban regeneration, which is rooted in everyday life practices and commons governance, this including also spaces for urban agriculture. And we have started this in 2008, and it's still ongoing. R from Rurban stands for resilience, of course, which is this particular definition of resilience that is embedded in everyday life practices. But also for rural, because we are bringing the rural practices in city context, and also R is for resourcefulness, which is our understanding of resilience, which is based on local resources, and also is for regeneration, which is a bottom-up regeneration in which the citizens, the inhabitants of the city are directly involved. And some of the principles of Rurban, one is to set up civic hubs for economic, social, and ecological change. Is there that the change can take place, and the functions of hubs can be very different. They can be located also in existing spaces or reclaimed spaces, and they can be spaces for urban agriculture, for example, but also for local production. They can be spaces for cooperative housing, and in these spaces, new stakeholders can emerge. They can become the resource, the spatial resource for new type of practices, which are more social and ecological oriented. And then also the hubs will work together through locally closed economic and ecological circuits in such a way that food can be produced locally, that organic waste can be recycled and reused locally, that water can be also collected and consumed locally, and so on. So there is a local control at the level of the neighborhood of all the resources management. And with this, we have made a partnership with the city of Cologne in 2011, which is, as you can see, a city in the suburb of Paris, at the northwest of Paris. And here we have understood and interpreted what the city has as problems, like, for example, this high rate of unemployment, 17%, into a resource. So we thought that this means that people have time and people have the will to reskill themselves, to change, to start new jobs. And of course, we were drawing also on the kind of civic activity. As you can see, there are 450 civic organizations existing in the city, which were really a very big human resource. And we have mapped potential connections between existing initiatives. There were many initiatives of around food, for example. Organizations that will have community gardens, or they will deal with compost, and also with recycling. And we have started with 3 hubs, one for urban agriculture, another for cooperative housing, and another one, Recyclab, for recycling and eco-construction. And AgroCité was the first one, which was a hub for urban agriculture located on a publicly owned site in the core of a social housing neighborhood. And it was a site which was temporarily available, issued from the demolition of individual houses, and kind of programmed for future projects. And we wanted to have here a hub which is, of course, around food, around pedagogy, and around culture. And this hub would consist in an experimental microfarm, in collective gardens, in educational gardens. So you have here the different types of gardens that are coexisting together with other facilities, in such a way that the food is not only produced but also processed and sold on site. But also, locally closed circuits in the neighborhood with other hubs or other organizations are set up, and For example, the rainwater is collected and consumed on site, and energy is produced also on site, and new jobs are produced also on site around food processing. And we have started with the planting and with the community garden. We decided that this is how the community around the project can grow. And of course, there were inhabitants from these tower blocks that would be the first stakeholders. And we had the first harvesting, and only after this, we have started the construction of the hub, which was also meant to showcase the different principles of Rurban, like the reuse and the use of biosourced materials. And here it is, how it looked like at the opening. And you can see some images from inside where it's clear that we have reused some materials, and we have organized the space in such a way that we had passive heating, but also the possibility of having spaces with multifunctions that are not only for this. This was a greenhouse, for example, but it was not only a greenhouse, it was also a space of a counter, a very nice space that can be open towards the planting area, and the space was fluidly used, and it became also a space of social importance where people can cook together, can meet and be trained, and also can just have a rest together and enjoy this presence of nature in the city. We had also an interface with the neighborhood, which was the window of the local shop where local products will be sold, and the products of the garden, as well as a mini market where products will be sold also from the garden. And we have hosted also a number of inhabitants that had already small businesses like this beekeeper, or we have also built, and this is very important, devices that will support these practices, like a series of ecological devices. Like this one is a device for phytofiltration of the gray water from the kitchen. And you can see that we have done a sort of user guides that can be very easily explained and understood by anyone. We had also, this is how it looks like, a very nice presence of different types of plants that are filtering the water. We have also a compost heating, so these would not only do compost but also use the heat of the compost in order to heat the greenhouse. So it was located underneath the greenhouse. Green walls, green roofs, drip irrigation, where we have tested, and I think that this hub was also a very interesting space for testing and innovating different types of cultivations, smart irrigation for the spaces that are not directly accessible. Here we have collected underneath the building, we have collected the rainwater, then will be pumped back to water the garden. And it was also a space where we keep some freshness of a space of storage of products of the garden. We have also worked with ecologists and landscape designer to design the watering system in relation with the quality of land and the soil that we had, where there were spaces that needed more water than others, for example. And of course, we have worked around different types of cultures that are appropriated to the nature of soil, knowing that in urban agriculture, if we want to plant in plain soil, we have to work the soil. We have to be very careful on how we improve the quality of it. And it was the case here, so we were very clear with the type of soil that we have and a calendar of cultivation and the type of cultures that we will use. And again, knowing that urban agriculture is something new, is not a practice that has a huge history like agriculture in itself. It depends very much of the context, of the urban context. And in our case, it was doing urban agriculture in a very dense urban context, like this one. And you can see how this the whole site will look like. We have also planted the roof, had energy produced on site, and different types of cultures. Knowing that the collective governance was very important for us, it was very important that this hub is run by the users themselves. And then we have organized a number of meetings where decisions were taken. These were workshops also with specialists. This one specifically is about setting up locally closed circuits, knowing that those that are living there are knowing the best where are the places where resources can be found, and who are the persons that have to be contacted, and so on. These are visits of students who have also worked with the inhabitants, skill sharing workshops, workshops about communication, research. Also, we have done research projects, and I think it's very important to know that the space in such a way was not closed to itself. It remained open to other institutions and other type of stakeholders to join in occasionally. There were also very importantly conferences and seminars that were organized with specialists in different domains, like water management, for example, or land management, in such a way that the discourse is understood by everyone. There were also intergenerational moments, and of course moments in which diverse stakeholders will emerge and will present their work, and very importantly also economic events. This is a flea market that was organized on site, and it was a moment when other inhabitants will be able to take advantage of the space, cultural events as well. And I think this is also very important, that this space also was was a resource for social and ecological entrepreneurs, because there was the infrastructure for shop and cafe, for skill sharing, for farm market, for training, and for mutual help, but also for just finding out about new things. And here is a success story. For example, one of the inhabitants who was interested in worm compost, we have built a worm farm for him in such a way that he could set up
지렁이
a
농장
compost
시설을
school and
만들었고요.
train other
이분은
inhabitants
퇴비 학교를
into
세우셨습니다.
compost
이
making,
퇴비 학교를
and he
통해서
got
다른 주민들에게
this
퇴비 만드는
accredited
법을
and
교육을 하고
recognized
결국은
regionally.
퇴비
So he
관련
managed to
검증까지도 획득하셨습니다.
educate, to
수백
train
명의
more
사람들에게
than a few hundred of
퇴비
compost
만드는
masters.
법을
Benoit, for
교육을
example, is one of
하셨습니다.
them. He set
이러한
up
사례가
a
하나
compost
있는
scheme
것이죠.
in
그것뿐만
the
아니라
neighborhood.
자체 퇴비
But
시스템도
there were also others
개발하셨습니다.
interested in beekeeping
어떤
in
사람들
the
같은
local
경우는
market. For all of them,
양봉이나 이런 부분에도
agrocité
관심이 있습니다.
was a
에그로시티에서는
resource. Yeah,
모든
it
참여자
allowed
한
them
명
to
한
have a
명이 다
space where
소중한
they can develop these
자원입니다.
activities,
주민들
to have
덕분에
a
도시농업
public, to have
활동이
customers,
가능하고
and so on.
소비자에게
And at the
농산물을
end,
판매할 수도
we
있습니다.
realized that all
이런
this scheme,
모든
so it's
시스템,
not only a
즉
space for
에그로시티라는 것은
agrocité, which was for urban agriculture,
농업뿐만
but also the
아니라
housing and
주거,
the recycling one, all
재활용 및
together
많은
will
요소들을
realize
통합하여서
important ecological and social
경제,
and economic
사회,
benefits,
생태의 통합을
like
추구하고
20 new
있습니다.
jobs,
루번의 성과로는 약
carbon emission
30여 개 새로운
reduction,
일자리를
waste
창출하였고
reduction,
이산화탄소 배출을
also electricity
저감했으며
produced locally.
폐기물을
At
감축하고
the end,
또
also
자체
the
전기를
whole
생산할
ecological
뿐만 아니라
footprint was reduced
생태
around
발자국을
for the users of
감소시켰습니다.
these hubs, but also, and this is very important, more than
도시농업 허브를
400 active
통해서
stakeholders were formed
적극적 참여자를
in the neighborhood.
400명이나
And you
만들어냈습니다.
can see that
이것도 큰 성과입니다.
a hub like agrocité
에그로시티라는 도시
would
내
become
허브
really
공간은
the core,
지역
the
주민들의
active core of a
활동의
neighborhood,
중심이 되고 있습니다.
which was otherwise quite deeply private. And
안 그랬으면
in
서로
few years,
단절된
we had
개인의 삶을
another hub, a
살았겠죠.
similar hub that
몇
has
년
been
후에
developed in
저희는 또 다른 교외
another
지역인
suburban city not far from Cologne.
주뉴빌리에르의
Again,
에그로시티와 같은 또 다른 도시농업
in
허브를
between
만들었습니다.
the tower blocks of a similar housing estate.
콜롬에서 멀리
Also
떨어진
in Bagneux,
지역이지만
there was
비슷한
another
개념으로 구축한
agrocité,
공간입니다.
another urban
또
agriculture hub in a different site,
바뉴 지역에도 또 다른
which
에그로시티를
also permitted a
건설하여서
second
도시농업 허브로
hub to be installed.
활용하고
So at the
있습니다.
end, today
내년에
we
바뉴
have
같은 경우는
7
두 번째
hubs
허브 구축을
in
또 허가를
Paris,
받아서
in the Parisian
설치하였고요.
region, but also
결론적으로
in
7개
London.
허브, 파리와 콜롬뿐만 아니라
And
런던에도
these
이러한
can work
도시농업
really
허브
as a
공간을
network. They can
만들었습니다.
support
이러한
themselves
허브 공간들은 상호
reciprocally.
지원의
And
네트워크로
I think
활용되고
the model
있으며
is
계속해서
continually spreading
확장되고
in a
있습니다.
way that perhaps
저희는
it will become
이러한
a
허브
movement,
공간
which is what we
구축이
wish,
하나의 운동으로
which
발전하길
can
바라고
really
있습니다.
bring
이는
not only agriculture but
농업뿐만
also
아니라
resilience in our
생태계
neighborhoods,
회복력,
and
주민
can
참여, 인프라 구축 등을
involve,
통해서
can offer the
시민이
infrastructure for
더
citizens
나은 세상을
to be
위한
involved in
변화를 주도할 수
in
있도록
changing for a
지원을 하는
better
것, 이것이
future.
바로 저희의
Thank
목적입니다.
you.
감사합니다.
네, 네 번째 주제
Thank you for your
발표를
insightful
파리 도시
presentation.
밀각의 시민
So
허브와
she
관련된
made a
프로그램을
presentation on the network of citizen
굉장히
hubs and urban
흥미로웠습니다.
farms in the suburbs of the
이
metropolis of Paris. Personally, I'm really interested in her presentation. Petru Siku is the member of the All Urban. R stands for resilience, resource, regeneration.
이
All Urban is to try to restore, revitalize, reconnect the city. So based on the urban agriculture. So I think that the priority shall be put on the citizens. So the urban already has 7 herb spaces, and about 400 people participated in this agro-city, the herb spaces. I think that the most important motive for all urban to make success is the cooperation between citizens and horticultural scientists and the other scientists and also the urban farmers. So I think that the whole success is based on the cooperation between all stakeholders. Now I'd like to invite the next speaker. The presenter is the Song In-bong for Seoul Urban Agriculture Division. He will make a presentation on 10 years of Seoul urban agriculture. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Song In-bong, the Director of Urban Agriculture Department of Seoul Metropolitan Government. First of all, I'd like to extend my congratulations to the 10-year urban agriculture in Seoul City. So I'm really happy and honored to make a presentation today. And I think that my presentation is the success result based on the cooperation with you and other urban farmers in city. Thank you. So today we have many participants physically and virtually. So I will introduce the Seoul, followed by some current status and outcome of urban agriculture. As you know, Seoul is the capital of Korea with about 9.9 million population. Its size about 605 square kilometers. It consists of the 25 cities and it takes about 6% of the total territorial area in Korea. This slide shows the status of urban agriculture in Seoul City in Korea. Urban farmers is separated from the farmers in rural area. So the urban agriculture is based on the mini lots or the empty spaces in cities. So you can see this map of the Seoul. So some areas produce the vegetables while the other areas produce the horticulture. Now I will present the current status of urban agriculture in Seoul and its outcome. Why is urban agriculture necessary? I think the answer is urban agriculture carries out multiple functions. For example, from an individual perspective, urban agriculture improves the physical and mental health and produces a healthy food and other 5 functions. So the urban agriculture is not an option, it's a must. So it's a very short time, just 10 minutes. It's a very short time for me to make a presentation on the 10-year history, but I wanted to show this slide to tell about that. In 2012, the Seoul City government declared a funding year of urban agriculture and enacted a related ordinance. And in 2013, the government conducted a campaign and also held export. In 2014, the government fostered the urban agriculture parks, and also in 2013 the government selected urban agriculture BI and conducted a campaign to decide private partners. In 2014, the government fostered urban agriculture parks within the theme and operated 7 theme farms. In 2015, the government established the urban agriculture department dedicating to the development of the urban agriculture and announced the Urban Agriculture Master Plan 2.0. In 2016, the government opened the Food Company Incubation Center and fostered the Seoul Community Garden in Versailles, France. In 2017, the government distributed the companion plants and supported the urban agriculture communities.
공동체를 지원을 통해서 공동체가
And by
이루어질 수
doing
있도록
so, the government has
서울시가
made a lot of
지원을
efforts to
특히
increase the concept of the
2016년도에는
community.
행천동
In
도시농업 마을을
2018, the government
도시농업이
established
한
urban
단위별로
agricultural
이렇게
hub
도시농업이
spaces
실천될 수
and
있도록
fostered
조성했음을
smart farm in
알려드립니다.
Tancheon area.
2018년도에는 도시농업의
And
공간을
actually,
조성하기 위한
to this
서울농장
end,
사업을
the government
추진했습니다.
has made a lot of
미래 농업을
efforts
준비하는 스마트
to
팜을
prepare
시범적으로
for the future
조성했고요.
agriculture.
2019
The smart
년도에는
farm in Tancheon area is a pilot
날을
project. In 2019,
개최해서
the government held
같이
events
함께하는
for Urban
도시농업의 날을
Agriculture
행사를
Day
개최했으며 특히 도시농부를
and built
체온제를
Seoul
관리하는
Farmers
도시농업 포털을
portal
구축해서
managing
우리
the
서울
members of the
농업을
Seoul
직접
Urban Agriculture
영농을
Association.
지도하는 포털까지 구축을
So
했습니다.
it is
특히
for supporting
2019
private
년도에는
sector to lead the way for the urban agriculture. And the government also established the plant farm in Sangdodong area. And last year in 2020, the government enacted the Seoul Social Agriculture Ordinance and announced Urban Agriculture Master Plan 3.0. The ordinance symbolized the concept of the urban agriculture has expanded in Seoul. Based on such progress, the government conducts various campaigns on education and environment and urban agriculture, urban regeneration and resource circulation. For education and environmental campaigns, the government utilizes school gardens as learning places, and the government uses 1,865 roof gardens. And for supporting private sector in urban agriculture, the government operates the Urban Farmers School. And for urban regeneration and resource circulation, the government supports compost making and beekeeping. For example, in addition to expand urban agriculture, Seoul City government has held various events including Urban Agriculture Expo, International Conference, Kitchen Garden Festival, and Urban Agriculture Contest. Now I want to talk about the status of urban agriculture as of 2020. And the size is about the 210 hectare. It accounts for 0.3% with a 220 hectare, but it has increased 7 times. I think that Seoul is already running behind other advanced countries in urban agriculture, but I think that Korea shows very fast development of urban agriculture in the world. I think that the urban farmers will increase in the future because the baby boomers will retire within 5 years. And according to the citizen survey in 2018, 63.4% of respondents said urban agriculture is required, and 42.4% replied they would engage in urban agriculture in the future. So the value of urban agriculture has changed for the last 10 years. Initially, it put focus on individual health and healing, but nowadays, urban agriculture emphasizes the increase of the social value by building communities, providing care services, achieving rural and urban co-prosperity, and creating jobs. Finally, I will present policy directions of Seoul urban agriculture. Seoul is the home to 1 million population, so we have some long-term master plan until 2024. So the 1 million urban farmers is our goal.
도시농업의 정책의 변화를 단순히
And
표로
this
하나
slide
보여드리겠습니다.
shows the paradigm shift of the Seoul government policies on urban agriculture. So at the master plan T 1.0, we focus on the land. So we try to have a land on the master plan T 1.0. In that case, the government was the leader. But in terms of the master plan 2.0, we try to increase the public and private governance together. But the master plan 3.0 was released last year. In that cases, we try to build a sustainable and social urban agriculture. To this end, we'll make various forms of urban gardens by utilizing urban spaces. And of course, private partners will lead the projects and the government will support them.
도시농업의 공유 공간 확대는
And the Seoul government is expanding shared spaces for urban agriculture, including weekend farms in suburban areas and others. So we will try to secure the spaces for urban agriculture. So the Seoul city government will encourage more citizens to participate in urban agriculture by revitalizing communities and carrying out the project to choose private partners. And to this end, we operate urban farmer portal. And this kind of the export and conference will be held continuously. And also, I think that the solidarity and relations between rural and urban areas are so important. So to this end, we hold a farmers market and we, government, try to help people return to agriculture and rural communities. And also we provided the experiential programs of rural communities. And the Seoul city government also tries to improve values through urban agriculture. For example, by incorporating universal design to urban agriculture, barrier-free farm, and the companion plants, and supporting the people within a low-income bracket, and building a share house for the people. So the urban agriculture has contributed to the healthy Seoul. So especially the urban beekeeping is so important. So the Seoul city government is doing beekeeping in many places in Seoul.
서울의 도시농업은 2019년부터 미래 농업에 대한 기반
The
구축
Seoul
사업으로
also make an effort to build the infrastructures in Seoul for future urban agriculture, including 7 smart farms in subway stations. And also we used as a farm, cafe, or learning places. And this smart farm is used for growing cordyceps and ginsengs and others. And also the government tried to create jobs, and we opened the food incubation center to support the startups in food industry.
For
the last 10 years, Seoul has made a great development in terms of the urban agriculture. So the size of the urban farming is Seoul ranked 14. However, number of the urban farmers, Seoul ranked number 3. So I think that our goal is to make urban farmers as many as 1 million citizens. I think that I strongly believe that urban agriculture has been developed further, and I think that this urban agriculture will be developed further in the future. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you
오늘 주제와
for your
관련해서 첫 번째
presentation.
마지막 발표였는데요. 송인봉
And Song
전
In-bong
서울시
is the
도시농업과
former
과장님인데
director
지난
of Seoul
10년간
Urban Agriculture Division,
우리 서울시가
and he
어떻게
shared
도시농업을 추진해
the
왔는지
efforts of the Seoul
앞으로
Metropolitan
어떤
Government
방향으로
to
서울의
develop
도시농업이
urban
나아가야
agriculture in
될지를
Seoul, and also he shows some kind of the future
현장에서
direction
발표해 주셔서
of
진심으로
urban
감사합니다.
agriculture in the future.
네,
Thank
그러면
you
모든
for your
발표는
presentation.
마치고요. 지금
Now I'd
시간이
like to
많지는
wrap up
않지만
the presentation session, and then we
촘촘하게
will
저희가
move
토론을 좀
to
준비를
the panel discussion.
현재 전체
Of course,
7명
we are running
발표자
late.
중에서 해외
However,
연사 세
I
분이
think that
지금
three
나와
people
있습니다.
joined this
호주의
conference virtually. Walter Zinn from Australia, Alban Manishi from France, and Yoshida Taro from
안녕하세요.
Japan. Hello.
네, 반갑습니다.
Hello, it's
네,
good to see you.
고맙습니다. 이렇게
Thank you
긴
for
시간
joining
동안 함께
us.
참여해 주셔서
Thank you
진심으로
for your
감사드리고요.
participation, active
현장에는 저
participation in
말고도
this
오늘 현장에서
conference.
발표해 주신
And also we have
백혜숙 전문위원님,
three
그다음에 송인봉
speakers
전 과장님
who
나와주셨습니다.
participate
서로 인사 한번 나눠주시죠.
physically.
네.
Please say hello to each other.
네. 네, 안녕하십니까. 네.
Thank you for active participation despite a long time.
저희가 시간이 많지는 않지만 좀 긴밀하게 토론을
So I
진행해
think that we are running late, but so I think that we need to start the discussion now. So we don't have much time, but we will begin the panel discussion. So thank you for being here. So I'd like to turn my microphone to each foreign speakers. So what is the implications, or what is the impression on this conference, and what is your opinions about the role and responsibility of the urban farming? So I'd like to give my microphone to Walter Zinn, followed by Alban Manishi and Yoshida Taro. So Walter Zinn, what is your opinions about urban agriculture in terms of the climate change?
도시농업의 그 역할에 대해서 간략하게 요약해서 이렇게 말씀을 해주시면 어떨까 싶습니다. 먼저 진 씨.
So Walter Zinn, what is your opinions on the urban agriculture?
원터진 씨, 안녕하세요.
Walter Zinn, can you hear me?
제 음성 들리죠?
Can you hear me?
아무래도 이게
So it is the combination of the physical and virtual participation. So there is some technical issues. But while listening to the presentation, what is the role of the urban agriculture to resolve the climate crisis? So as urban farmers, what's the important to tackle the climate change?
제 오늘 발표를 들으시면서 역할들에 다른 분들의 발표를 들으시면서 어떤 것들을 좀 더 네, 지금 아마 월터진 씨
So the Walter Zinn, I think that there's some technical issues in connecting.
Do we have translation, or because I'm not sure if I'm being asked a question?
예, 제가 이거를 안 듣고 있었습니다. 그래서 다시 한번 통역을 해주시기 바랍니다.
월터진 씨하고의
So the question is that what is the role? What is the role?
월터진.
예, 월터진 선생님.
Would you summarize the summarize our presentation today.
저희 오늘 발표를 좀
It
요약을
is for
해보시면은요.
carbon neutral society for
탄소 중립에
urban
대해서
agriculture.
말씀을
So
해주셨습니다. 도시
the role
농업에
of urban
있어서의 탄소
agriculture.
중립의 역할이라고 하는
Thank you.
것에
Thank
대해서
you
어떻게
very much.
생각하십니까?
And
네,
thank you for having me
감사합니다.
here. And I'm
오늘
sorry
저를
with the
초청해 주셔서
translation. May I
감사드립니다.
just
제가
say if
지금
there's any
줌에 통역
specific
패널이 없습니다.
questions,
그래서
I'm
제대로
very happy
통역을
to
듣지를
take them
못했습니다.
and then
어쨌든
respond
오늘
afterwards in
초청해 주셔서
detail so that we can give you
감사드리고요.
the full
그리고
answer.
나서
As far as the
저희가
whole carbon story,
생각했을
yes,
때 이
nature
탄소라고
draws down
하는 부분에
carbon
있어서
from the air
저희가
by
자연에서
plants.
이미
And in a sense,
탄소를
we can do
저희가
that
토양에서
too.
저장할 수 있는
Right across the
방법들이
planet,
있습니다.
we can
그리고
draw
또
down enough
관련된 여러
carbon.
가지의 다양한
Urban
정책들이
agriculture
있습니다.
and
그리고 또
urban
그런 것들을
forests
도시
and
농업에서
rebuilding
담당할
urban
수가 있습니다.
biosystems
도시
are critically
숲이라던가
important
그리고
in
또
that.
도시에
So,
있어서의
yes,
그
nature has
바이오매스
given
같은
us this
경우들이
tool.
굉장히
It's
중요합니다. 그래서
photosynthesis, it's
이미
carbon
자연이라고
drawdown,
하는 것을 보게
it's soil
되면 나무가
microbiology,
광합성을
fixing
통해서
carbon.
탄소를
And
흡수하고요.
yes, we can
그리고 또 이
harness that as a
탄소를
tool
토양에
to
고정을
offset
시킵니다.
our
그러면서
emissions,
전체적인
to get
탄소
back to
배출을
negative carbon
상쇄시키죠. 이런
emissions,
것에서뿐만
but
아니라
most
탄소
importantly
중립,
to rebuild
탄소 제로가
the food
아니라
systems,
탄소
the
마이너스, 카본
hydrology, the
네가티브까지도
cooling,
가능하게
and the
한다라는
buffering
것입니다.
that we
그러한
need for our
과정에서
future.
수문학과까지 같이 연결을 하게 된다면 미래의 기후 변화를 해결할 수
네,
있습니다.
감사합니다. Thank you very much for your saying.
네,
And,
감사합니다. 발언 감사드립니다.
we move to next
예,
to
다음
알반 마니시.
알반 마니시 선생님의 발언으로
Would you share
넘어가도록
your idea
하겠습니다.
or your information?
지금 말씀
Yes,
들으신 것
mainly
듣고
what I've felt is
의견을 좀 말씀을 해주시기 바랍니다. 네, 안녕하십니까?
we start to understand how urban farmers start to have much
예,
more to say
저희
just about
도시
farming.
농업이라고
How
하는
farming
것이
they
이
know
탄소
they are
중립이라고
much
하는
more
것을
important in the contribution
달성할
of
수
the
있는 데
society than just
있는데요.
producing
단순히
food.
농업뿐만
They start
아니라
to really
다양한
go to
부분에서 탄소
for
중립을
example, this type of
달성할 수
forum
있다라고
today,
생각을 합니다.
for
오늘
all the parts of the
말씀을 하신 거
presentation we
보시게
heard, it's
되면
much more about producing food is how
저희가
participate to the health of the
어떻게
society,
건강한
how
사회를
city
만들기
planning,
위해서
farming,
어떤
how to
식량
learn
시스템이
from
필요한가,
their way
그리고
of
뿐만
understanding
아니라
the
어떻게
environment,
하면
basic
음식물
level of
쓰레기를 줄일 수
infrastructure,
있는가,
policy and
뭐
everything. So
관련된
by
여러 가지
feeling that we were talking
정책이라고
today
하는
a lot
것들이
about
다
social
가능하다라고 생각합니다.
policy,
그래서 도시
ethics,
농업이라고 하는 것이 단순히
how
농업
we
차원에서만
progress
기후변화 문제를
far
다루는
more
것이
than
아니라
just producing food.
도시민이라던가 다양한 여러
As
가지
a feeling
부분과
that it's
같이
a very
결합할
good
수가
time for
있다라는
urban
것이죠.
farmers today
그런
to
측면에
be able to
있어서 저는
participate
윤리도 중요하다라고
lots
생각을
more
하고 있습니다.
diverse
저희가
conversation.
여러 가지 다양한 토론들을 통해서 이런 걸 통합해서 다가갈 수 있겠습니다.
네, 고맙습니다. Thank you very
네,
much.
감사합니다.
예, 그 좀 전에 그 월터진
So the Walter
씨께서
Sin
좀 익숙치
talk about
않아서
that
이
actually
통역법을
he's not
잘
accustomed
해석되지
to
않아서
the
잠깐
Zoom,
그동안에
so that there is
어려움이
some
있었습니다.
kind of the
시청자
technical
여러분께서
issues. Sorry for that.
예, 요시다 타로 씨도
So the Yoshida Taro is here.
네, 줌을 좀 보여.
Yoshida.
오케이.
그래서 줌에
2 years before I'm hearing the
네,
urban
저는
agriculture
지금
conference,
있습니다.
and I heard
도시 농업에
Japanese
관련돼서
natural farming
말씀을 드리도록 하겠습니다.
called
일본의
doing
자연 농업이라고 하는 것에 대해서
and I
말씀을
think
드리고 싶습니다. 저는
nitrogen is very difficult for global warming.
이 질소라고 하는 것이 기후 변화에 있어서 중요한 파트 중에 하나입니다. 그래서 이 질소라고 하는 문제를 해결하는 것이 중요한데요.
자연 농업이라고 하는 것에 대해서 말씀을
And
드리고
the second thing very important is many
제가 생각했을 때
that avoid the climate risk
수많은 사람들이
is focused on the renewable energy, that is including the solar panel or big
예,
wind farm.
저희가 생각을
But
했을
I
때
think, I believe that Walter Jen said
월터
the
젠
carbon
선생님께서
sponge
말씀하셨던 것처럼 이
the
탄소의 흡수 능력,
generating
카본 스폰지라고 하는 거, 토양의 탄소 흡수력이라고 하는 것은 물하고도 관계가 있습니다. 그리고 또 이 도시에 있어서 이 탄소 흡수력을 높일 수 있는 방법이 바로 도시 농업입니다. 그래서 저희가
Mr. Yusta 씨, would you turn off the speakers because it is not easy to
말씀을
hear you speaking because you turn off your YouTube. 오케이, 뭐 정리된 것 같습니다. 네, 뭐 하여튼. 네, 좀 이게 줌에 익숙하시다 보다 보니까
actually they are not accustomed to the Zoom and the YouTube. Sorry for there is some kind of the technical issues. Sorry for that.
네, 세 분들이
Turn off the speaker and turn on the microphone.
Mr. Yusta Taro, would you turn off?
요시다 타로 선생님.
Turn off the online. Just only use Zoom program. 네, 그러면 잠깐 주의를 환기시키기 위해서요. 백희숙 위원님, 어떻습니까? 저희가 도시농업이라는 개념에서 이제
So from the perspective of the urban agriculture, we are talking about the climate farmers. So I think that urban agriculture is so important in terms of the climate farmers. So maybe individual action plan is required, and of course the community level or local level action plan is required. So what is your opinion on the future development of urban agriculture? So internationally, we are suffering from the COVID-19. And I think that people understand that my well-being and my safe is related to your well-being and your safety, and also the well-being of the earth and well-being of the international community. So in the past, many people talk about the globalization, but nowadays so many people talk about the localization. So we have to combine the globalization and localizations into the localization. So in that context, I think that there is some kind of the concept to connect the people and nature, and the concept which can be realized in city, and that's the urban agriculture. I think that the urban farmers are the forefronters of the climate change solution, and also every day citizens eat meals every day. So I think that climate farmers are important, and the citizens are encouraged to participate in the sustainable food system, and that's the future direction of the urban agriculture. And climate farmers, what kind of the incentives are required to expand the people of the climate farmers? The ethical concept is important. However, sometimes economic incentives are important tool to extend the number of the climate farmers. So I think that the carbon money or the carbon accounting is some kind of the incentive for the climate farmers. So if the climate farmers have some kind of the incentive, they will participate this urban agriculture further. Thank you. So 송인봉. So you have worked as the former director of the Seoul Metropolitan Government for the last 10 years. So what is the future direction of the urban agriculture in Seoul? So urban agriculture has been upgraded one more time because of the COVID-19. The Seoul City government already announced the Master Plan 3.0, and urban agriculture is correlated to agriculture and other social factors. So the urban agriculture, its value has changed. Initially, the farm or the space is so important for the urban agriculture, but now the urban agriculture will be developed encompassing the concept of the well-being and the social value. So I think that the paradigm has changed in terms of the urban agriculture.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you.
저희가 이제 시간이
So
이제
I
마칠
think
시간이 다
that
돼서요.
we need to wrap up the discussions, and then we have 3 live participants virtually.
나와 계신데 혹시 그
So,
해외 연사분들
do you have
또
any
여기 플로어 계신 우리 그 연사분들
final message?
혹시 서로 질문 마지막으로
Or
질문하거나
do you have
하실
any
말씀
questions
있으시면
or the
손을
comments?
들어주시면 고맙겠습니다.
If you have any questions and comments, please raise your hand.
네, 아무도 없으신 것 같아요.
No one?
네, 백혜숙 위원님 간단하게.
So I have one question to Alban Manish. So the Alban Manish had a presentation on the reconnection of the people and nature. So the Alban Manishi told that the urban agriculture is the core of the relationship between nature and the people. So how can we make a vitalization of the urban agriculture in terms of the reconnection between the people and nature? What is your tip?
Yeah, I will be brief. I think
예, 제가
my idea is
생각하기에
farmer and people who do agriculture are the connection between the
말씀을
land
드렸던
and the
것처럼
society.
땅과 사회에
Not just
있어서의
urban
핵심의
farmer, but urban
중추입니다.
farmer can
그런데
be at the
여기에서
front, can help
말씀드리는
to
것은
understand this type of
농부만이라고 하는
message.
것은 아니죠.
Usually urban farmer
농부뿐만
are in a situation
아니라
people
그리고
are
또
usually
다른
educated.
관련된 많은
They
사람들이
have
다
sometimes
같이 이런
more
땅과 자연과 그리고
economical
또
stability to promote
사람들
such a
간의
relationship,
그런 어떤
and
연계의
farmer in the
핵심이라고 할 수가
countryside usually
있겠습니다.
suffer
지금
a
현재
lot. So
다양한 연계가
I may
일어나고
say
있습니다.
urban farmer might be able
생태적으로
to
여러 가지
help
측면에 있어서의
to
연계가
realize this type
일어나고
of connections.
있는데요. 그 중요한 중추 중에
Agriculture and
하나가
farming
바로 도시 농업이라고
from the
생각합니다.
society to
제가
the
생각을
environment
했을
to
때
the
도시
urban
농업이라고
farmer
하는
for me are
것이
not the
바로
most
이런 걸 잊어버려서는
important
안
people, but
된다라고
today
생각을
they
합니다.
are the
농민은 과거에
spokespersons. They are
굉장히
people who
중요한
might help us
사람이었습니다.
to
그런데
hear such a
이제는
voice
그러한
that we
농민들의
cannot
목소리를
because farmers
살려내는
are
것이
too busy
중요합니다.
doing
왜냐하면
feeding the
농민이
society.
농부가 이러한 연계성에 있어서 핵심이기 때문에 그 사람들의 목소리를 다시 사회에서 살려내야 합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you.
아까 그 요시다 씨께서
So
손을
Yoshida,
들으셨는데
you raise your hand. Do you have
네,
any
말씀해
comments or
주시면
the question?
이제는 그러한 농민들의
I
목소리를
think
살려내는
that,
것이 중요합니다.
예, 제가 생각했을
many
때
persons are committed to the
많은
CSA, the
사람들이
community supported agriculture,
CSA,
and
공동체
faced
지원
with
농업이라고 하는 것을
COVID-19.
얘기하고 있는 것으로 알고
global
있습니다. 저희가
transportation
생각했을
of food,
때
the
이런
globalization
과정에
faced a
있어서
risk.
저희
So,
식품을
the
둘러싼
local,
운송이 큰
production
문제가
and
됩니다.
local
예를 들어서
consumer
식품을
and
둘러싼
directing
수출입을
the
통해서
farming
탄소 발자국이 늘어나고 있죠. 이러한 문제들을 해결하는 하나의 방법이 CSA라고 생각을 합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 아까 그 유튜브를 좀 꺼달라고.
So I already
말씀을
asked
드렸는데
him
켜놓고
turn off the
계시는
YouTube,
바람에
but
계속
he
그 영상이 좀
still
혼선이
turn on
있는데
the
시청자
YouTube, so the voices are
양해해 주시면
overlapping. Sorry for
네,
that.
끝으로 혹시 월터진
So the Walter's
선생님
in,
혹시 뭐
do you have
네,
any
말씀해 주실 수
comments
있으시나요?
or the final message?
of the COVID-19. So I believe that this is the end of the globalization. The new global
네, 지금
economy
현재
based in
코로나라고
the
하는
urban
것이 완화되고
that
있는
is
상황입니다.
needed.
이제 저희가 다시 코로나 이후의 상황을 복원하는 데 있어서
네,
이런 점을
감사합니다.
염두에 둬야
유시다
합니다.
타로 씨의 음소거를 좀 부탁드리고요. 예, 혹시 월터진 씨 그
So Walter's in,
미스터 월터
do you have any
월터진 would you say some the last your comment on this
마지막
presentation
발언을
or
좀
the
해주시기
conference?
바랍니다.
No, no,
컨퍼런스에
thank you
대한
very
마지막
much.
메시지가
And
있으신가요?
I
네,
think what
먼저
was just said
감사의
was very
말씀을 드립니다.
important because
제가
it is the
생각했을 때
urban
이와
people.
같은
80% of
네트워크가
us will be
굉장히
living in urban
중요합니다.
areas.
말씀을 드렸던
And so it
것처럼
is the
전 세계
empowerment
인구가
of those
인구의
urban people,
80%가 도시에서
particularly the
거주하고
youth,
있습니다.
and
그리고
giving
특히나
them the
그 과정에서
opportunity
도시
to
농업이라고 하는
actually
것은
use
너무나
their
중요합니다.
innovation, their
그 과정에서
enterprise
청년의
through
역할은
urban
너무나 중요합니다.
agriculture. And
청년들이
the
도시
message
농업에
is that yes,
창업하고
through
이
urban
도시 농업을
agriculture we
통해서
can
창업을
secure our
한다라던가
food,
어떤
we
일자리를
can
창출하는
secure
것
our
이런
preventative
부분들이
health.
굉장히 또
We talked about
중요하다라고 저는
COVID,
생각을
but so
합니다.
much of our
여러
health
가지
is
다양한
involved
부분에
with the
있어서 도시
nutritional
농업이 중요한
integrity of
것은
the food we're
사실이지만
eating,
제가
and
생각을
that's
했을
where urban
때는 이런
agriculture
식량
is critically
시스템뿐만 아니라
valuable.
청년 문제,
And we
기후
can
문제,
actually
여러 가지
cool
사회적인
our
문제들을
regional
같이 통합을
climates.
해야만
We
합니다.
can do that
그렇게
safely and
해야만이 저희가
naturally,
실질적인 기후
rapidly
변화
through
문제를 해결할 수가
hydrology,
있는 것이죠.
whereas
기후
the
변화라고
carbon
하는 것도
dioxide
하나만 가지고는 저희가
situation,
해결할 수가
it'll take
없습니다.
centuries to
이산화탄소
have an
문제를
effect. So
이산화탄소만
through urban
줄인다고 해서
agriculture,
기후
through
변화가 해결되는 것은
hydrology, through
아닙니다. 여러 가지
nutrition,
사회적인
we have
문제들이 다
agency,
통합이
we have
돼야만 합니다.
empowerment,
저희가
and
이것을
it's
할 수
now
있는
a
기관들도
wonderful
있고요.
opportunity
이것을
for
할 수
youth,
있는 다양한
young
능력 있는
people,
사람들이
and urban
있습니다. 그리고 또
communities to
이것을 할 수
say
있는
we
청년들이
can
있고요.
create
이것을
our
할
own
수 있는
future
다양한
through
네트워크들이
urban
존재하고
agriculture.
있습니다. 이런
We
모든
know
것들을
all
다
the
도시
all the
농업의
technology,
틀
all the
안에서
knowledge is there.
통합을
We
시켜야만
just need
합니다.
to
여러
empower
가지
people to
기술들을
do it
통합을 하고
because it's
사람들의
time
능력을
that's the
하나로
limiting
모으고
factor.
그리고 또 사람들의
I'm very,
노력을
very
하나로
happy to
모아서
answer further
하나로 통합을
questions in
하는 것이
detail
굉장히
if
중요하다라고
you could
생각을
give them to
합니다.
me,
다시
and
한번
I'm very
저에게
happy to
발언할
do
수
that.
있는 기회를
So thank
주셔서
you very much.
감사드립니다.
It's been wonderful to
정말로
be with you,
감사드립니다.
and
여러분
then
모두
we
뵙게
look
되어서
forward
큰
to urban
영광이었고요.
agriculture
앞으로도
blossoming all over
계속해서
the world.
도시
Thank you.
농업이라고 하는 것을
Thank you very
세계로
much.
전 세계 분들 함께 뵙고
예,
싶습니다.
그 마지막에 그 월터진
Thank you for your final message. So I think that the main topic of today's conference is that actually urban agriculture is a multifunctional, multifaceted movement. So the urban agriculture is a multifunctional one. So we need to extend our paradigm and we need to extend our spectrum to encompass every factors in terms of our society. So the urban agriculture must be developed in the future. So the whole will be the core of the global solidarity in terms of the urban agriculture. So in the afternoon, we will have the first World Congress of the Urban Farmers. I strongly believe that this World Congress of the Urban Farmers will be the future direction for the urban agriculture in the future. Thank you for joining us. Now I'd like to wrap up the international conference. And especially, I'm really grateful to virtual participants from overseas countries. And also, I'm grateful to physical participants. And of course, my sincere gratitude goes to YouTube viewers. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. 들리세요? 영어 들리세요? 영어 채널. 한국어 채널입니다. 들리세요? 예, 옆에 마이크 해볼게요.
네, 왼쪽 마이크 한국어 채널이에요. 들리세요? 네, 영어 채널입니다. 잘 들리시나요?
네, 좋습니다.
네.
네, 감사합니다.
나 이따 꽂게. 잘
네네네.
들리나? 네. 저 이 좀 닦고 올게.
네.
밥을 먹었으니까 이를 좀 닦고.
깜빡하고 안 챙겨가지고.
저는 닦을게.
네.
들리세요? 들리세요? 네.
네, 감사합니다.
네.
세계 도시농부 대회에 오신
Welcome
여러분
to the
진심으로
World Congress
환영합니다.
of
오늘 이
Urban
시간에 진행을
Farmers.
맡은 저는 아나운서
I'm your MC
황순입니다.
today,
반갑습니다.
announcer Hwang Soon-yu.
우리의 삶이 펼쳐지는 도시.
The stories of cities where we all live in, and stories of urban farmers filling the cities with green and good vibes. You can hear them today. I'm very honored to contribute to this wonderful event. I'm looking forward to listening to all the stories. Today we have participants from home and abroad. With a round of applause and comments, we'll now start the World Congress of Urban Farmers.
네, 세계 도시농부 대회는 프랑스, 일본, 쿠바,
So,
호주 등에서 이
from
행사를
France,
함께하고
Japan,
계시는데요.
Cuba,
이번 주
and
월요일부터
Australia,
시작해서
all participants are
워크숍,
here with
국제
us as
컨퍼런스
well.
등의 형태로
Since this
함께
Monday,
진행이 되고
various
있습니다.
workshops, international
지난 10년
conference,
가까이
and other
워크숍이나
events have
국제
taken
컨퍼런스
place.
등의 형태로 진행이 되어 오던
So the
이
conference
행사가
marks the
올해
10th
처음으로
anniversary.
세계
And this
도시농부
year,
대회라는
for the
이름으로
first time,
열리게 되었어요.
we're hosting the
이런
World
뜻깊은
Congress
시간을
of
우리가
Urban Farmers.
실시간으로 함께 나누고 있습니다.
And now we're sharing this excitement
우리
together.
한국에서도 많이 만나볼 수가 있죠.
Korea
집과
also
집
has a
사이에
lot of
있는 작은
urban
땅
farmers.
또는
In a
집
small
안에서
land between
화분 안에
houses
무언가를
or
심고
planting pots,
가꾸고
we
또
often see
열매를
people
맺어가는
growing
그런
plants.
소소한 일상들을 우리는 주변에서 흔히 만나볼 수가 있는데요. 이번 행사를
And during the
준비하면서
event,
이런 우리의
I also
일상들이 또 소중한
realized
여러분의
that those
손길들이
farming
우리
activities
지구와
are
인간을
crucial
살리는
in
행위였다는
saving
것을
the
다시
earth
한번
and
깨닫게
human beings.
되었습니다. 오늘 그 일을 해오신 분들의
And
소중한
today,
이야기를
we'll
함께
share the
들어보도록
stories
하죠.
of those
오늘
people
행사는
who have
영어와
worked on
한국어로
these
동시
invaluable
진행이 됩니다.
activities.
동시 통역이기 때문에 조금은
This
어색한 점이
event
있을 수
will
있다는
be
점을
provided
양해를
both in English
구하겠고요.
and
댓글로
Korean.
남겨주신
And for
분들의
those
사연도 잠시 후에
participating with
소개를
their
해드릴
comments,
테니까
I'll touch
여러분의
upon
많은
your
관심과
input
응원의
later,
댓글
so
또
please
궁금한
leave any
점들도
messages
많이
you'd like to
남겨주시면
share.
좋겠습니다. 자, 오늘 이 행사는 한국뿐만이 아니라 세계 곳곳에서도
So I see many
함께하고
people are here
계시는데요.
with us
현장에서는
today.
직접 만나 뵙지 못하고
So
있지만
though we are not
줌으로 또
be
유튜브로
able to meet in
지금
person,
제 뒤에 화면이
but I
보이나요?
can see
예,
the screen
많은
now.
분들이 지금 함께하고 계십니다.
Many
반갑습니다.
people are taking part in
네,
this
잠시 좀
event.
화면을
Hello.
볼까요? 네, 안녕하세요. 대만에서도
Hi.
미국에서도 또 인천에서도
Taiwan,
한국 인천,
France,
또
Korea,
호주에서도
Incheon, and
함께하고 계시고요.
Australia.
프랑스, 네,
And now I
반갑습니다.
see a participant
와,
from
많은
France.
분들이 이렇게 얼굴을 보여주시니까 우리가 온라인 행사임에도
It's so
불구하고
excited
마치
to see the
대면
faces
행사처럼 여러분을 직접
despite
만나뵙고
we're
있는
meeting
반가운
online.
마음이 드는데요. 잠시 좀 볼까요?
And let's look at the
노원에서 계시는
participants.
건가요?
We
아주
see
멋진
a
모자도 쓰고
person
계시는데
from Noan.
이은수님 손 한번 흔들어 주세요.
Yoon-sun, please wave your
반갑습니다.
hand.
네, 최명래님도 지금
최명래,
화초를
I
배경으로
see
계세요.
your
네,
plants.
인사 한번 보내주시고요.
Thank you.
인천의 명희님이신가요?
And
네,
from
지금 컴퓨터
Incheon,
앞에서
thank you very
마스크를
much.
쓰고 함께 하고 계십니다. 자, 지금 해외에서 참여하시는 분들의
We
이름도
also see
보이는데요.
participants from
저희가
international
그래도
community.
멀리서 이렇게 참여해 주시는 분들을 짧게나마
And we'd
인사를
like
좀
to
들어보고
have some
싶거든요.
greetings from
먼저 어느
international
분을 만나볼까요?
participants.
미국의 레이 윌리엄스님.
Ray
네,
Williams
짧게
from
인사 말씀
USA, please say
부탁드릴게요.
hello message. Ray Williams from USA. 네, 안녕하십니까?
Hello, I'm Ray Williams
안녕하십니까?
from
저는
Seattle,
레이
Washington.
윌리엄스입니다. 이거
Black
워싱턴
Farmers Collective,
시애틀에서 연
currently working on a
인사드립니다.
farm
저희는
in the center
블랙
of
아메리카라고
Seattle,
하는
Yes
흑인들을
Farm,
대표하는
and we
그런
fully
농업단체에서 일을 하고 있습니다.
support the
시애틀에
declaration of
저희가
the
활동을 하고
World
있고요.
Congress for
저희
Urban
같은
Farmers.
경우 오늘 이
Thank you for having
도시농업
us here.
컨퍼런스와 함께하게 되어서 기쁘게 생각합니다.
네,
Thank
미국의
you.
레이
Ray
윌리엄스님의
Williams from
말씀이었습니다.
USA. Thank you
또
for sharing your
이번에는
message.
대만에서도
And
함께하고
from
계시나요?
Taiwan,
황생유님.
황생유.
네, 짧게 인사 말씀
From Taiwan,
부탁드리겠습니다.
please say a message to us.
Hello everyone.
예,
I'm Sun Yu
안녕하십니까.
Huang
저는
from Taiwan.
황생유입니다.
My
대만에서
NGO is called the
인사드립니다.
Advocating
저는
Association of Kaohsiung Community University.
그
And we are now
대만의
working
그
on
도시농업
urban
NGO
farms as a
단체에서
way
일을
of
하고
promoting
있습니다.
social welfare
지금 현재
and
사회적인
agricultural
복지라던가
education. One is
도시농업
for
교육을
volunteers and
포함하는
another for
그런 어떤
elderly
활동을 하고 있습니다.
Yeah, as
뿐만
an
아니라
industrial city, we
동거
believe
노인을
Kaohsiung is
돕는
now
그런 활동들도 진행을 하고 있습니다.
So in
저희가 오늘 이
2018,
자리에서
we went to
함께하게
Seoul
돼서
and shared
아주 기쁘게
experience
생각을
with
합니다.
urban farmers
저 같은
around the
경우는
And we are
2019년에도
amazed
도시농업
by
컨퍼런스에
their
참여를 해서
radical
저희
experience
경험을
and
그
you're
함께
happy to
공유한
make
바가 있습니다.
jingles with
한국에서
people who
많은
have the
분들을
same
뵙고
interests and
그리고 또 저희가 서로
So I
재미있는
believe
얘기들을 많이
urban
공유를
agriculture
했었습니다.
has diverse advantages to
마찬가지로
deal
올해도
with
그렇게 될
many
것이라고
city
믿고
issues
있습니다.
like elderly
도시농업이라고
care,
하는
waste,
것은 굉장히
climate
다양한
change,
부문들이
etc.
통합이
So
되어
by
있는
joining this
그런
conference,
부분이라고
we can
생각을
together
합니다.
transform
저희가
the city
앞으로도
to a
계속해서
livable
협력을
space.
하면서
Thank you.
서로 도시농업을 통해 함께하게 되길 바랍니다.
네, 직접 경험해 오신 도시농업의
Thank you for your
경험담을
messages.
또
He
많이
also
전해주시길
shared
바랍니다.
the experiences of
프랑스의
the urban
알반
agriculture.
마니스님,
Alban
네,
Manis from
반갑습니다.
France.
인사 말씀
Alban Manis.
부탁드릴게요.
예, 감사합니다. 저는 한국에서 이번에 개최되는 컨퍼런스와 세계 도시농부대회에 축하의 말씀을 드립니다. 제가 생각하기에 도시농업이라고 하는 것은 굉장히 역동적인 운동이라고 할 수가 있겠고요. 그리고 또 많은 사람들이 함께하는 운동이라고 할 수가 있겠습니다. 그래서 저희가 그러한 사람들을 하나로 묶어내는 네트워크는 너무나 중요합니다. 이런 측면에 있어서 오늘 세계 도시농부대회라고 하는 것이 그런 네트워크가 될 것입니다.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you.
호주의 그린비님 지금
Greenby
목소리
from
들리나요?
Australia.
네,
Greenby
짧게
from
인사 말씀
Australia.
부탁드리겠습니다.
Please deliver a short message.
Yeah, hi everyone.
네,
Dean from Australia here.
안녕하십니까. 저는
I would
호주에서
love to be there in
인사드리도록
person again this year,
하겠습니다.
but it seems like
여러분들
Australia is a
뵙게
dictatorship
되어서
these
아주
days.
기쁘게 생각을 합니다.
So I
그리고 또
attended
저
the
같은
conference in
경우는
2016 and 2017.
2018년,
It was wonderful, great to see
2017년도에
everybody's
그
faces, the
도시농업
friends there.
컨퍼런스에
Urban
참여한 적이
farming has
있었고요.
really
그리고
exploded
또
in
도시농업이라고
Australia.
하는
Not
것은
so much
호주에
in Brisbane
있어서도
where I live,
굉장히
but certainly
중요한
in
역할을
Australia,
하고
lots of
있습니다.
things happening, and
어떻게
it's wonderful
보면은
to see
서울보다는
everyone's
조금 뒤처져 있긴 하지만
projects
그래도
around the
호주
world that I follow
차원에서는
on Facebook
정말로
and
많은 노력들을
social media.
기울여서 도시농업을
I think this
발전시켜 나가고
conference is very,
있습니다.
very important. I think
SNS
it's a
활동도
huge step
많이를
forward,
하고 있는데요. 제가
internationally,
생각을
and
했을 때 이런
you know,
세계
it's a
도시농부
wonderful community
대회라고
to
하는
belong to.
것은
So
너무나
I don't have
중요한
a lot to share
국제적인
this year. I've had a
네트워크라고
cafe
생각을
for the last
합니다.
3 years, which
저희가
I'm just
저희
about to
3년
exit.
동안
So
많은 또
I'm looking
활동들을
forward to getting
진행을
back into
하였는데요.
urban farming,
이런 것들을
possibly in
앞으로도
Korea.
계속해서 함께
Thanks guys
진행을
for the
해 나갔으면
invitation
좋겠고
and really
기후
amazing
변화를
work
해결할
for
수
Jung
있는
and the
그러한
team.
도시농업이 되기를 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
네, 좋은 말씀 감사합니다.
Thank
세계
you.
각국의 좋은
So
경험담들을
actually,
함께
it is a good
나눠볼 수 있는
network
시간이
for
될
us
것
to
같아요.
share the good
싱가포르의
experiences.
비욘로님,
Bionnu from
제 목소리
Singapore.
들리나요?
Bionnu
네, 인사
from
말씀
Singapore. Please
부탁드리겠습니다.
give a short message.
Hi everyone.
예,
And,
안녕하십니까.
thank you again for inviting
다시 한번
Adabong
저를
Garden City from
이
Singapore
초청해
to
주셔서
share.
감사드립니다.
We
저는
have participated in
싱가포르를
the Urban
대표해서
Agriculture Conference for
도시농업
5 years
컨퍼런스에
now,
약 5년
with
동안
different
저는
parts of our
참여를
team
해
coming to
왔습니다.
Korea.
제가 직접
And built
한국을
good friendships,
방문해서
long
도시농업
lasting bonds
컨퍼런스에
with
참여를
our urban
했었고요.
farming
그런
counterparts
과정에서 이 도시농업
from Korea
관련된
and
많은
also from the
분들과 또
world, from
친구가
meeting
되었습니다. 그것뿐만 아니라 전 세계적인 그런 활동을 통해서 다른 나라 분들도 또 배울 수 있는 기회가 있었습니다. 제가 생각했을 때 이러한 세계 도시농부 대회라고 하는 것은 많은 사람들이 도시농업을 둘러싼 의견과 아이디어를 공유할 수 있는 플랫폼이라고 생각을 합니다. 물론 이 자리를 통해서 저희가 지속 가능성을 달성할 수 있겠죠.
네. 각국을 대표하는
So
세계
thank you
도시농부들의
for your
이야기를
messages, the short
들어보고
messages
계십니다.
from the
더
overseas
계세요,
countries.
지금. 호주의
So Matthew and Vanessa from Australia. There are two people on the slide screen. Hello.
Melbourne, Australia.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good day.
호주 멜버른에서
So, yeah,
인사드리도록
my name's
하겠습니다.
I'm Matt.
제 이름은
We're from Rooftop Honey.
바네사고요. 저의
Started off
이름은
as a hobby
매트입니다.
project that turned into something
저희는
much bigger of putting hives across the
부부고요.
rooftops
그리고
of
또
the
저희가
CBD
다양한 여러
of
가지
Melbourne,
그런
and
활동들에 대해서
turned into something
공유하는 그런 어떤 기회가
incredible that
있었습니다.
over
저희
a decade
호주
later we're
멜번에서도요
still here doing what we're doing
도시농업이라고
and our
하는 것이
business has
발전을 해나가고
grown into
있고요.
something
저희 같은 경우는
much bigger than we
도시농업을
ever thought.
기반으로 한
We were
비즈니스
invited to participate
창출이라고 하는
in the
것에
Korean
대해서
conference a
많은
couple of years
노력들을
ago,
진행을
and it was
해나가고 있습니다.
incredible to be
저희도
brought
몇 년
together
전에
with
그
such
서울의 그
a
도시농업
group of
컨퍼런스에
like-minded
참여한
people
적이
doing really
있었고요.
interesting projects
그런
in all parts
과정에서
of the world.
한국에서의 여러 가지 다양한 프로젝트와
Again, to be
그리고
part
또
of the
활동들을 본
declaration
적이
this year
있었습니다.
has been
저희가
quite an
올해
honor,
저희
and we're
그
very
세계
excited
도시농부
to be
대회
and be part
선언을
of this
같이 하게 될
as an
것인데요. 이
international
선언을
project now.
같이 읽는
Thank
사람으로
you for
선정이
having us.
되어서 또 아주 영광스럽게 생각합니다. 감사합니다.
네, 세계
Thank
각국에서
you. Thank you for your short messages. So the internationally, so many people attend this congress virtually. So I have a high expectation on this World Congress of the Urban Farmers. So actually, we have a lot of participants from the world. So it is a virtual participation. So thanks to the technology development.
So next is the congratulatory performance. You can feel the beauty of Korean tradition. 검은고 자리 will perform here. The group consists of Korean traditional instrument 검은고 players Kim Eun-sun and Choi Ye-ji, incorporating its originality with the tradition of Korean music. All songs centering on 검은고 were composed by the group by themselves. They combined literature, folk songs, and Korean myth with 검은고 playings, street dances, and so on to produce original but familiar sound. Today, they will play 아리랑 medley, poetic forest, and silk mist. Please enjoy.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So the 검은고 is the Korean traditional instrument. We are the performance to let people know the Korean traditional music through the 검은고, the Korean traditional instrument. It's good to see you again. So today we are talking about the urban agriculture and climate farmers saving the city and earth. So to support you, we will perform on the Korean traditional songs. So I think that these songs are so wonderful. So if you enjoy this song, please write your comments or the impressions or help us to have a good performance. Thank you.
네, 처음 곡은
Thank you.
한국을 가장 대표하는
The
전통
first
민요 중에
song we
아리랑,
played
그리고
was
진도 아리랑, 밀양
arirang,
아리랑을
different types of
원곡으로
arirang in
연주를
Korea.
해드렸고요. 그 다음 시의 숲은
And
동부
the
자리의
second song we
자작곡이에요.
played, but the title was Poetic Forest. It was composed by ourselves, And for us and also farmers, the forests are very cherishable and valuable. So we wanted to share that feeling.
자, 마지막 세 번째 곡은
And the third
저희에게
song
또 뭐가 중요하죠? 물이죠.
is about
비가
water.
적당히 아름답게
So
내릴 때 저희
when the
정말
rain falls,
농사도 아주 풍요롭게 잘 되잖아요.
it helps to
풍요로운
grow
농사를 기원하는
crops. So we, in the hope of
그런데
full harvest, we made this song.
조율이
And
필요해요. 그래서 잠깐
our
튜닝하는
instrument,
시간을 갖도록
검은고, needs some tuning. So after some tuning, we will play the song. Please wait for a while. Thank you.
멋진 연주를 들려준 검은고
Thank you
자리에게
for
다시
the
한번 큰
wonderful
박수
performance.
보내주시기 바랍니다.
Please
잘
give them a
들었습니다.
round of applause.
네, 세계 도시농부 대회 함께
Have you
하고
enjoyed the
계십니다.
performance
축하
as
공연까지
well?
모두 만나봤고요. 지금 실시간으로
So
유튜브를
now,
통해서 또 줌 접속을 통해서
in real time,
해외에서도
many
많은 분들이
people
함께하고
are watching
계시는데요.
this event
실시간으로
together.
보내주신 댓글들 몇
So
개만 좀
I'd like to
소개를
share some
해드리겠습니다.
messages.
먼저 사단법인 텃밭 보급소라는 아이디로 도시의
So the
회복
idea
탄력성을
is
갖게 하는
that
것,
the
도시농업의
kitchen
답이다. 관계
garden
회복, 생태
association.
회복, 순환
So urban
회복으로 지속
agriculture
가능한
is
도시를
for the
이라고
sustainable
이번에는
development based
보내주셨고요.
on the
인천
circulation.
도시농업
And the
네트워크에서는
Incheon Urban
국제적인
Agriculture
훌륭한 도시농업
Network
프로그램을
talk
접할 수 있는
about
좋은
that is opportunity
기회였습니다.
for us
준비하고
to
운영해 주신
understand the
모든
global
분들께
trend in urban
감사합니다라고 인사
agriculture,
말씀
and
보내주셨습니다.
I'm really grateful
이영희님께서도
to all
서울 도시농업의
organizers.
성과에
And
큰
Lee
박수를
Young-hee tried
보내드립니다라고
to give
댓글
a round of
보내주셨는데요.
applause
계속해서
to the
여러분의 응원의
organizers
댓글
who
또
have
힘찬
success in
여러분의 축하와
World
응원의
Congress of
메시지
the Urban
부탁드리겠습니다.
Farmers.
자, 이번에는 도시농부들의 활동
And now
영상을
we
직접
will watch
만나보실
the video
텐데요.
clip
땅을
together,
일구고 도시를
which shows that the activities of the urban farmers.
우리나라의 도시 농업 형태 또 자연
And
순환,
these video
텃밭 교육,
clips talk
먹거리 등의
about
주제로
the
영상을 저희가
kitchen
준비했습니다.
garden
먼저
education
우리
or the economic
대한민국의 사례를
circulation and
만나보시겠습니다.
others and ecological circulation.
Various urban agriculture. Rooftop of a house with a ladder going up. Various crops are grown. I'm growing my own seedlings from seeds. I even make a garden out of wastewater tanks. We create paddy fields which are rare in cities so that you can experience the process. Urban beekeeping is also being attempted in various places. We removed the grass of the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea and created an ecological garden. Members of parliament also went to work on there. In places where it is difficult to install a vegetable garden, a garden using a pipe was constructed. We practice energy saving by making green curtains using vines. The Seed Museum was established to preserve native seeds. We directly cultivate and harvest seeds for the distribution of native seeds. Roof garden, pipe garden, urban farmers are doing it. Recycling of resource. Here we are composing food waste from our homes. Uncooked, unsalted food waste. Collecting them in one place and composting them. Urban farmers compost in their own homes. He is recycling leaves and food waste into compost in his own way. We're making and distributing bucket compost bins so that more people can participate. Create and use larger compostable growth in community gardens. Various attempts are being made to utilize rainwater. Using an unused water tank on the roof of a house to collect rainwater. The process of making beer from rainwater, it is a simple water tank. When rainwater falls from above, it collects here. It goes through the process purifying once more to keep it clean. Heat to 60 to 68 degrees. After fermentation, put it in a bottle for secondary aging. Refrigerate for a week. When it is very hot, the collected rainwater is used to spray mist. Do not throw away the rainwater that falls and collect it in the valley or forest. There is a civic movement to make the collected rainwater seep into the ground or evaporate. Food waste, rainwater, our imagination, the earth change. Ecological education across generations. Conducted education for children. Daycare center and kindergarten. We grew, cared for, and harvested plants with our children in our community garden. Ecology education was also conducted in elementary and middle schools. We also educate adults through various activities. Learn and share healthy food. Learn how to grow organically through a community garden. Living together and learning wisdom for a sustainable life in nature. From children to the elderly. For a healthy life of mankind and response to climate crisis. Education and attempts by urban farmers around the world will continue. Healthy food to make steps. Where does our food come from? Food market prepared by Seoul City. It becomes a space where producers and consumers can meet directly. private organizations are also using the base space to open direct trading markets. Local governments set up local stores to supply stable food. Urban farmers conducted various cooking education together with the necessity of healthy food. They also make soybean paste and red pepper paste. Learn traditional fermented foods to improve your eating habits. Harvest vegetables together, make kimchi and share. Food is life. The challenge of urban farmers to produce and supply safe food for healthy food will continue.
네, 영상 잘 보셨나요?
Wow, so many
먹거리,
activities are happening
텃밭, 자원, 순환 이
around the
모든 것들이
world.
다 하나로 연결이 되어 있다는 생각이 많이
All the recycling of resources are connected in this urban farming.
지켜보게 되었습니다. 실시간으로 들어오는 유튜브 댓글 몇 개만 좀
And
더
I'd like to share
소개해드릴게요.
some YouTube comments.
최정심님께서 파리
And
도심
최정님
시민 허브의
said,
사례는 서울시에 참고할
The
만한
civic hub
프로젝트로
in
특히 다양한
France
분야의
was very
역할과
significant
시스템 구축이
and useful
흥미롭습니다.
for Korean, and it
서울시에서도
was
10년간
interesting to
놀라운
listen
발전을
to how they
이뤘습니다. 기후 농부를
established the
지향하는 이
system.
시점에서 도시 농업 공간 인프라의 구성
And
내용과
it is
프로그램에 대한
very
심층적인 고민이
helpful
시작되기를
for us
바랍니다라고 좋은 말씀
to give us
전해주셨고요.
an
서울 도시농업
inspiration.
시민 협의회입니다. 해외 도시 농부님들을 만나뵈어
I was
반갑고
also
기쁩니다. 매해 세계
very
곳곳에서
excited to
기후
meet
농부로서
urban
만날 수
farmers around the
있으면
world.
좋겠습니다.
I
라고
hope we can meet in person next year.
자, 앞서서 대한민국의 사례를 만나보셨고요.
So we've met
이번에는
Korean
싱가포르, 또
cases,
프랑스, 타이완의 사례를
and now we
영상으로
will look
이어서
into
만나보시겠습니다.
other countries' cases as well.
Bonjour, c'est un grand honneur de présenter ici mon jardin potager.
The total population of the suburbs of Paris, France, is 12 million, and the area is twice of Seoul. So compared to Seoul, the suburbs of Paris can be regarded as Seoul. If you think of Seoul, you can understand that it is a house in Seoul. I made a compost bin out of wood. The area of the vegetable garden is 90 square meters, and it always holds about 2 tons of rainwater. Summers in France are dry, so therefore it is an important task to solve the shortage of water during the growing period of plants. So not only me, but also French urban farmers have rain cisterns in their homes.
By 2030, Singapore aims to produce 30% of its food supply locally. But with only 1% of its land devoted to agriculture, this is the future of food production, the high-tech farm.
Density, which we get in the soil-based farming as well.
Scientists like Dr. Manda have been trying to supercharge hydroponic produce even further.
DBS Foundation reached out to us. With the support of the grant, we were able to really scale up our operations to create broader social impact. And I wanted to look for a more self-sustainable life for myself, so decided to quit my job and go work on farms overseas. And so we returned back to Singapore, and that's when Edible Garden City came about. We started by converting those underutilized spaces into urban farms that uses a closed-loop farming methodology, which takes food waste, convert that into fertility, and feeds that back into our farming system.
Black ingot chickens. We actually use these chickens as a way to get kids and even adults more connected to nature. Can I carry?
一整片绿油油的菜园是许多阿公阿嬷们努力栽种的成果。这里是前镇正阳社区的银发农园，每天早上长辈都会来到这里为自己种的菜栽种施肥。经过细心的照顾，长辈们不只得到丰硕的。
人类为了口腹之欲，不断从土地中获取资源，让土地受到伤害，连带阳光、空气、水都受到污染。南市盟以推广食农教育，改变生活环境，希望从拼经济的利益思考，转为爱护土地永续发展，打造绿活城市。
도시농업은 지역과 나라를 넘어 전 지구적인 활동을 통해 기후위기에 대응하고 있습니다.
네, 세계 도시 농부들의 여러 활동 영상을 함께 만나봤습니다.
So we have watched a lot of activities by urban farmers around the world.
느낄 수도 있지만 영상을 통해서
And via video, as I see it, we too are also very much interested, and this urban farming influences our life a lot. So we need to participate together. The theme of this year's World Congress of Urban Farmers is Climate Farmers Saving the City and the Earth. The global climate crisis, we can feel it these days. And especially when we think about the smile of our children and the future they will grow into, whether they can smile just like this will give us a chill. So, at this juncture, urban farmers developed the Declaration of Urban Farmers. Korean, Taiwan, Singaporean, Australian, French urban farmers joined the development of the declaration. The development process of this will be explained briefly by Kim Jin-deok.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kim Jin-deok, President of Korea City Farmer Association. The declaration of the World Congress of the Urban Farmers is so meaningful and relevant to us. The Seoul International Conference on Urban Agriculture began in 2011, so this year we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of this Seoul International Conference. To celebrate this conference, we have made a cooperation to exchange ideas to declare the World Congress of Urban Farmers. So we have a network installed through the Seoul International Conference. So we are cooperating with Bihon from Singapore and Matthew and Vanessa from Australia, Alban Manesi from France, and Hwang Seng-yu from Taiwan. So we had a Zoom meet to discuss the declaration. So we made some draft of this declaration. So I think that we talk about the future direction of the urban agriculture in the era of the climate crisis. So under the climate crisis, urban agriculture is a solution to resilient society and to sustainable society. So to this end, we cooperated to develop the declaration of the World Congress of the Urban Farmers. But I strongly believe that this declaration is the cornerstone or the starting point for us to consolidate the network further. Thank you. Thank you for your report on the progress for the declaration of World Congress of Urban Farmers. To declare, to announce this declaration, Kim Jin-deok, Bihon from Singapore, and Hwang Seng-yu from Taiwan and others will read this declaration.
2021 Declaration of Urban Farmers in Response to Climate Crisis.
네, 매트하고 바네사가 이제
And Matthew and Vanessa will, okay, one more time.
기후위기 극복을 위한 세계 도시연구
2021
선언.
Declaration of Urban Farmers in Response to Climate Crisis.
Since declaring the first year of urban
서울은
agriculture in
2012년 도시농업
Give
원년
Seoul
선포 이후 도시농업을 주요 정책으로 삼아 도시농부들과 함께
by
서울을
hosting
가꾸어 왔으며
international conference
10회에 이어진 도시농업
Seoul
국제
has cultivated
컨퍼런스를
the public
통해
platform
다양한
urban
활동
farmers around the
사례를
world
세계
connect to
도시
share the
농부들과
diverse practices
공유하는
of
장을
urban
만들어
agriculture.
왔다.
Urban agriculture
우리는
around the
세계
world
각지에서
is the
펼쳐지는
ecological
도시
transformation
농업이
of the city
도시의 생태적 전환을
into a
촉진하여
space where all
생명이
lives
자라는
prosper.
도시를
By
일구며
creating a sustainable food system,
지속 가능한
supporting cultural
먹거리
diversity,
시스템,
strengthening
문화적
local
다양성이
economies, and
함께
improving
어우러지는
quality of
공동체,
welfare and living.
지역순환
Urban
경제와
agriculture
일자리
contributes to
창출,
evolving
치유와
socialisms
복지를 통한
that are
삶의 질 향상을 이루는 등 도시의 다양한 사회적 문제를 해결할
오늘날
것을
지구는
알고 있다.
전례 없는 기후 위기 속에
As
이로
urban
인한
farmers
심각한
are
재앙에
dedicated to
직면하고 있다.
integrating
이에
agriculture in
우리는
urban
장애인과
areas,
어우러져
we declare to
셀만하는
take a
도시를
lead in
일구하듯이
participating the
인류가
solutions
직면한
in response
위협으로부터
to the
도시농업을
severe
통해
threats
대안을
and
만들어 가고자 한다.
catastrophes aggravated by
도시농업을
climate
통해
change.
생태적 미래 도시,
We're climate farmers who embody the wisdom of practicing a life based on mutual cooperation instead of industry-driven competitiveness and in harmony with all living beings on the earth. Urban agriculture creates an inclusive and resilient city by creating a sustainable local food system that also contributes to a carbon-neutral society. As the ambassador of urban agriculture, we urban farmers would commit to ethical management practices that align with followings.
예, 생유아.
首先是堆肥制作
Make compost, revamp discarded organic resources
我们将这样子的
of
堆
the city
我们将城
into
市堆
compost
成为
to reduce the emission of methane and carbon dioxide.
减少甲烷和二氧化碳的排放。那接着是土壤再生，我们将那
Sequester
些
carbon by regenerating the soil destroyed from the use of the fossil fuel-based materials and pesticides.
第三是推动城市
Expand the ecological space of the city through urban farming with nature-based technologies that contribute to biodiversity.
To create a sustainable local food system in response to the imminent food crisis from the climate crisis, and realize food justice.
환경교육 공동학습의
To create
공간으로서
educational
기후위기를 완화하는
opportunities
삶을 함께
to
배우며
learn,
실천하는
practice the
교육의 장을
lifestyle
만들어가자.
that mitigates the climate crisis.
사회적 약자를
To create
포함한
an open
모든
and
이가 함께
public
참여할 수
community
있고
garden
건강한
where
삶이
everyone,
어우러져
including the socially
공동체가
marginalized,
연결가는
can
공유
access.
공간으로서의 텃밭을
Together, create a
만들어가자.
life where the community heals and
도시농업을
thrives.
매개로
To
기후위기
build a network
극복에
of solidarity
함께하는
for climate
피부리
justice
조직을
through urban
강화하며
agriculture,
기후정의 실현을 위한
other
연대와
grassroots
협력
movements that work in
네트워크를
response to the
만들어
climate crisis.
가자.
We all call on all governments to incorporate urban agriculture on a policy level for planning resilient, inclusive, and sustainable cities that actively respond to the climate crisis. We request policies that strengthen the relationships between rural and urban residents, protect people's right to garden, foster and financially support grassroots movements for spreading urban agriculture.
Nous prévoyons que la conversion de l'utilisation des terres publiques en fermes communautaires s'enracinera fortement aux villes, transformant la ville en un espace de vie plus écologique et transformateur. Nous soutenons la solidarité entre les agriculteurs urbains du monde entier dans leur réponse proactive à la crise climatique.
We anticipate the public gardens will take a strong root in the city, turning the city into a more ecological and transformative space to live. We support the solidarity amongst all urban farmers around the world in their proactive response to the crisis.
텃밭이다. 도시를 경작하자.
Please wave your hands.
저도 한번 같이 외쳐보게 다시 한번 선창을 해주시겠어요?
So could you repeat after? I could also call on the
저희도 같이
slogan
한번
together.
외쳐보겠습니다.
Let's participate together.
같이 외치면
네.
좋겠습니다. 네, 1, 2, 3 하면 이렇게 하시면 됩니다. 자,
1, 2.
1, 2, 3. 도시가 우리의
Let's create an edible landscape through urban agriculture.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
도시가 우리의 텃밭이다. 도시를 경작하자.
So let's create an edible landscape through urban agriculture. Thank you.
중간중간 이 연결에 있어서 실시간 연결이기 때문에
Since this is the in real-time connectivity, so there's some kind of technical issues, but it was a very meaningful time to share the declaration. From now on, we'll have a special performance. This performance was prepared by urban farmers all around Korea. They created the song called We Are Urban Farmers, and the activities were filmed into a movie. The lyrics by Korean urban farmers, composed by Chae Kyung-soo, recorded and edited by Kim Kyung-taek, guitar by Heo Myung-hee, and child performer Kim Ye-bin. Please enjoy. We are urban farmers.
도시에 살며 흙을 만지는 우리는 도시의 농부 흙을 만지며 자연을 느끼는 우리는 도시의 농부 자연 안에서 생명을 느끼는 우리는 도시의 농부 생명이 숨쉬는 도시를 만드는 우리는 도시의 농부 콘크리트 도시에 녹색물길이 나고 땀방울 나누며 만난 좋은 사람들 그 안에서 건강하게 그 안에서 안전하게 우리도 지구도 둥글게 살아가네 우리는 도시의 농부 우리는 도시의 농부 나도 살리고 도시도 살리지 우리는 도시의 농부 우리는 도시의 농부 우리 지구를 만드는 사람들
박수 크게 쳐야지.
콘크리트 도시에 녹색물길이 나고 땀방울 나누며 만난 좋은 사람들 그 안에서 건강하게 그 안에서 안전하게 우리도 지구도 둥글게 살아가네 우리는 도시의 농부 우리는 도시의 농부 나도 살리고 도시도 살리지 우리는 도시의 농부 우리는 도시의 농부 우리 지구를 만드는 사람들 우리 지구를 만드는 사람들 우리 지구를 만드는 사람들
네, 푸른 지구를 만드는
Wonderful.
사람들의 멋진
The song was so
뮤직비디오였습니다. 잘
delightful.
보셨어요? 먼저 그 출연하신 분들의
And I
밝은
hope you
표정이 너무
enjoyed.
인상적이었고요.
It
이
was
영상
so
속에
impressive to see the
등장하는
bright faces
재료들,
of the
우리 식탁에서 많이 볼 수 있는 재료들
performers
있잖아요. 대파, 열무,
and the
오이
food
이런
ingredients
식거리,
that were so
먹거리를
familiar
가지고
to us.
건강한
So
영상을 만들어
the
주셨습니다.
movie was
감사합니다.
created with the healthy
노래도
foods.
반복적이고 굉장히 밝아서 저도
And the
흥얼흥얼
song was
같이 처음
delightful
듣는
and repetitive
곡임에도 따라
that
부르게
even I
되었어요.
was
자, 이렇게 세계
able to sing
곳곳에서 도시
along.
농부로 함께 하고 계시는 분들 또 대한민국에 계신 분들의
And we
이야기들을
have
함께
met
듣고
urban
또
farmers around the
만나봤습니다.
world.
오늘 이 시간 이제 슬슬 마무리를
And
해야
now
될
it's
것
time
같은데요.
to
지금
close this
뒤쪽에
event.
오늘 이
And you
시간을
can
함께
see
나눠주셨던
behind
해외에 계신
me
분들 또
there
대한민국에 계신
are
분들 영상이
people
보입니다.
participating from
오늘
all over the world.
반가웠습니다.
It was
네,
really
손 한번
nice
같이
to meet you.
들어볼까요?
Could you wave your
네.
hands?
세계 도시농업의 도시농부
Thank
활동에 많은
you.
관심을 갖고 계신 분들 또 각국을
It
대표하는
was really
도시농부들의 모습을 오늘 이
meaningful
자리에서 함께
to meet all
만나봤습니다.
of you
해외에서 참석해 주신
with the
분들
interest
그리고
in
오늘
urban
선언문
farming.
낭독까지 정말 뜻깊은
From
시간이었고요.
conference to the
코로나19로 직접
declaration.
눈앞에서 만나 뵙지는 못했지만 더
Because
멀리
we're
계시는
meeting
분들까지 한
online
자리에서
due to the
인사 나눌 수 있는
COVID-19
소중한
pandemic,
시간이었습니다.
it was really a
유튜브로
great
함께
time to
시청해
see
주신
you.
분들 오늘 한국어
And
채널과
YouTube
영어
viewers,
채널로 함께
both on
진행을
Korean
했는데
and
정말
English
감사합니다.
channels,
또
thank you
긴
so
시간
much for
동안
your
이 행사를
interest.
준비하시느라 수고해 주신 주최
And I
측과
also
스태프분들에게도 여러분 다시 한번 뜨거운
thank
박수로
for
감사
the
인사를
organizers to
전해주겠습니다.
prepare this event to
네,
be a
세계
successful
도시농부대회는
one.
내년에도 계속
The World
이어집니다.
Congress
더 나은
of
지구를
Urban
위해,
Farmers
더
will
나은
be held
도시를
next
위해,
year as
그리고
well
더
for a
나은
better
우리를
planet
위해서
Earth, better
우리
cities,
더
and better
건강하게
future for
잘
us.
지내다가
I hope you to
내년 이
stay
시간에
healthy
다시 한번
till we
만나
meet
뵐수 있으면
again.
좋겠습니다. 내년에는
So
코로나19도 잘
hopefully
이겨내고
we'll meet
조금 더
together in
가까운
person
곳에서
next
여러분을
year
만나뵐 수
after
있으면
overcoming this
좋겠습니다.
COVID-19
자, 긴 시간
pandemic.
함께 해주셔서 고맙습니다.
Thank you for
2021
being
세계
with
도시농부
us.
대회를 여기서 마치도록
And now
하겠습니다.
we'll
지금까지
close
진행의 아나운서
2021 World
황순이었습니다.
Congress of Urban
고맙습니다.
Farmers. Thank you.